Welcome, everybody. Good to see you. This is Sherborn Advisory Committee meeting for February 5th, 2025, in person and Zoom. Just mention for people here to try to make it easier for people in Zoom. When you're speaking, it'd be great if you could just like pull up a chair to the end of the table because it'll help you get picked up on the mic and make it easier for people to see who's speaking and so on. Okay, so let me start by sharing an agenda, reading that and getting that piece set. All right, here is our agenda. So we will start with the usual advisory reports. We have some minutes to hopefully approve. And then we have budget reviews, cemetery, police, fire, OPEB and health insurance, which we'll do more or less together, debt service, and then rec commission. Any changes to the agenda anybody wants to propose? Then I would welcome a motion to approve the agenda as displayed in
So
red.
moved.
Second.
All right, let's do a quick roll call. Mike, let's start with you in Zoom land.
Aye.
Thanks. Shelley? Paul?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, and I am going to take care of one thing and be back in just a second.
We're gonna vote?
I'm voting aye as well.
Just checking.
I'm voting aye as well. So that gets us to, I think, 7:07 for our agenda. Okay. Shut that down. Okay, so as I mentioned, for people speaking, we'll do a little more stage managing. It would be great if people come up to the table. I'll also note that I think this is going to be a long meeting, so everybody should just keep that in mind, and probably me more than anyone needs to keep that in mind for not talking too long, but let's just all keep that in mind so it doesn't get too late and painful. I've got a few advisory reports, and then we'll see what else to have. One is just for anyone who was following the planning board articles. The planning board last night voted to withdraw the article with amendments to sign ordinance or sign bylaw. So they voted 4-1 to withdraw that article. It may still appear on the warrant, but it would indicate that it was withdrawn, and our report would just say withdrawn, and we wouldn't offer a comment on it since it'll be
If
withdrawn.
it ends up in the warrant, do people still have to vote on it?
Nope, it'll be withdrawn. But Jeremy.
Yeah, it's likely that the select board will open and close the warrant until the article from
Just in the report.
minimize it. If it stayed on the warrant, then advisory would make a motion of
No action. We would just, and would just say it was withdrawn, and rather than providing commentary, we'd just say no action. And I guess maybe tomorrow night or at some,
Tomorrow night,
the select board will decide what they want to
at the
do.
select board's discretion.
Yeah, okay. And then I can also just mention, Mike Winters and I are planning to meet with library folks on Friday. And Mike Winters, Doug, and Paul and I are planning to meet with school business administrator also on Friday. So a couple things coming up next week and report back on that. Anybody else with advisory reports? Paul?
Hi, I'm Paul, right? So I have two school committee reports from the meetings last night. The Sherborn School Committee went over their version 2.0 budget, which was a reduction of $10,000 from version 1.0. It stands right now at an overall 2.3% increase or $200,000, right? And the regional school committee also met, and their version 2.0 budget, the Sherborn assessment is $271,000 over last year for a 2.34% increase. And next Wednesday, there's a set of meetings to go over the school committee, both school committee budgets. We had a joint meeting, I think, with Sherborn, with us and Sherborn Advisory and Dover Warrant, and capital budget as well.
All right, thanks, Paul. Anybody else for things to share with the committee? Okay. So let's talk approving minutes. Circulated them. I have one thing I wanted to just flag. If I can get these up.
I have a comment as well.
Okay, why don't you start?
I just think on hybrid meetings like the January 29th meeting, when people are presenting, we should just make a comment that they were in person or via Zoom. So I mean, we know who was here and who wasn't here.
Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, I guess sometimes in minutes that's there, sometimes it's not. So that seems like a fine thing to include. If you have a recollection of who was where,
Who's doing the minutes?
so I've got, I have a copy that I'll share on the screen in just a second. So if you want to,
I'm gonna run through it, or you want me to just hand it to you?
why don't you just hand it to me? Or, yeah, that'd be great. And let me just read out what the changes are and thank you, keep it official. Oh, I see. So you're thinking not so much for advisory members, but when people speak to
Yeah.
indicate whether they're in
We
person or
had
on Zoom.
many
Sure,
chairs speaking.
sure.
Many of whom were here, some of them were not here.
Sure, okay. So that would just add a list for people who speak, who is in person. Fine by me if everybody on the committee is good with that. Okay. Anybody else have other changes? And then I have one I wanted to talk about, small one. Okay. So for the January 8th minutes. Jeremy, this is really a question for you, I think. We have a, in your presentation about kind of budgeting, we had the conversation about some towns having bylaws and charters as compared to Sherborn, which doesn't. And I think Nora asked about, well, what about other towns? And there's a comment about, Jeremy noted that most other Massachusetts towns have town charters as opposed to bylaws or guidance. I'm not sure that was most or many, or what's the correct?
I think many is probably the better.
Okay,
I do have an inventory of all the towns in the Commonwealth and what their government structure is, if Chris would say if they have a charter. I'm not sure it is most, but it is many.
okay, so barring any objection, we'll go with many. Okay, all right. Any other changes?
There was a discussion as part of that too about, someone asked, I think, what the town of Holliston has for their government. I don't see that in the minutes. Maybe that's worth adding.
Do you recall or have language to suggest?
I don't.
They
Jeremy answered
just
that.
recently had special legislation enacted that clarified their town structure as a town manager.
It was something in between a town manager and not, right? From what I
Yeah,
remember.
they chose a process, not a full charter, but did a home rule petition to the state legislature and had a special legislation granted to the town hall to clarify the structure.
Your language is, Holliston had special legislation enacted or proposed, enacted that clarified, and what was the rest of the sentence that clarified?
Clarified their town structure as a town manager form of government.
Okay, so that we'd add a sentence that says, Holliston had special legislation enacted that clarified their town structure and town manager form of government? Okay, good with everybody?
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we can just, a pen.
I had two comments on the meetings for the 8th.
Okay, I've got that right here. What have you got?
One, I thought they were exemplary. Mike, I was really like, wow, I'm really impressed with these minutes. And the second one is in the final paragraph, Stephen is misspelled.
Let's let's see.
Run right, Steve.
Board of Health. Last paragraph.
I'm with you.
Somebody needs
No,
to
I'm
be.
sorry, that was me. I just joined and I'm muted.
I'm looking on the January 8th to
Yeah,
find
the
that
very,
spot.
The very last paragraph.
with a motion to adjourn.
So it's made by you, Steve.
Yeah.
This is January, oh, sorry.
We're done yet, no,
I'm-
no, that's,
hang-
no.
Hang on, let me get to the right spot so I get these in. Yes. Very good. Okay. Anything else? Okay, I think we can just do these all in one batch, and I would welcome a,
Motion that we approve the minutes,
Thanks.
as written with the
As amended.
revisions As amended.
A second.
great, okay, Doug,
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I am I as well, so that gets us to 8:00 for minutes. Great, okay. So let's start in on budget reviews, and we're going to start with cemetery. And Chucky, if you want to pull a chair up maybe to the end of the table, I think, or just pull up and get a little closer. I think it'll make it easier for the mic to,
Be on camera.
No, we just,
It won't be on
people,
camera.
it's on, being,
This is-
it's
it's
being on
partly,
microphone.
partly for the microphone,
I
so.
can't hear you guys when we're sitting here.
It's more the audio for Zoom.
Because actually,
It's just for the audio.
Yeah.
when you're
that
just sitting and
microphone
listening to
there.
you guys talk to each other, we can't hear. a thing.
Yeah, so we're trying to, by getting people to come up, trying to fix that so people in Zoom can hear more.
No.
We're moving closer.
Oh, well, we could speak louder.
Yeah. All right.
Because you wanted me to come, and if you have questions, I'll answer them.
Okay. Okay. I have some questions. Jeremy, is there anything you wanted to say about cemetery budget? And then I had some questions I'm sure others do
I
too.
can tell you it's level funded.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I mean, essentially the cemetery commission, it's an elected commission, 3 members. They have, their budget's a revolving fund. That was the town budget. But it supplements some other revenue streams that the cemetery does have.
I can't hear you.
In addition to the town operating budget, there are other revenue streams that the cemetery commission has and utilizes.
Well, we get the money from the sale of lots.
And other fees collected for burial.
We don't keep those, so we turn those over to the town. We do not get those.
Understood, it's another revenue that comes in the grand scheme of things.
You can also, I don't know if you want to know this, but you probably know all the laws better than I do. If you have a contract, you can renew it twice as long as it doesn't change with our contractor. And we got one last year, so we thought we'd have 2 more years of that level. And then it's usually a jump when it goes up. Because our contractor changed companies, it went out again to bid this year. So we're now still in the first year. So next year will be level funded, and the year after that will also be level funded.
And so something that would just be helpful for me would be, there's, a cemetery perpetual care fund, a cemetery enlargement fund. If you could just remind us what each of those does, that'd be, I think, really
When
helpful.
you sell a lot, you put a certain proportion in perpetual care, and the other half goes in enlargement.
Okay,
The amount that goes in perpetual care right now is held in perpetuity. It's invested, but we can't spend it. The amount for enlargement we can use to do projects, mostly trees. If you looked at our bills recently, we've had massive tree
right.
bills.
And the perpetuity works as the income from that is used for perpetual care, kind of like an endowment?
It could be, yes, yes. Excuse me, and we're gonna be meeting sometime in the next month or 2 and talk about restructuring it so that less goes into the enlargement and more goes into the perpetual care spendable portion,
Okay,
because the perpetual care is invested and is earning, and the endowment just sits there and doesn't, the enlargement doesn't earn.
right, okay.
So we're just gonna switch it over, and then, but we're gonna switch most of it to the part that we can spend, which would basically still allow us to do the projects without having to come to the town.
Yeah, okay,
So the enlargement funds, when those fees come in, they sit in an account, and then at town meeting, they get appropriated.
Right.
Account.
And-
Currently, there's a couple of years of balance.
They didn't give us any last year.
Yeah, we have about 86,000 sitting in the capital account.
So last town meeting, there was not a capital appropriation because there was
Right.
balance available. It sounds like there's still balance available.
And-
There may not be a capital appropriation at the spring town meeting.
Well, we have plenty of money in that enlargement fund currently that we could move the money over, but you don't have to.
That's what we're gonna vote on.
Yeah, so last year, I
It's
think,
not a town meeting vote. The commission can do it.
so,
Capital funds were appropriated at town meeting.
right, so last year, I mean, and if I remember correctly, in past years, there was a vote at town meeting to transfer funds from the capital enlargement fund to from the cemetery enlargement fund to a capital appropriation that then could be spent. And last year, as I recall, I think as Jeremy said, that transfer was zero because it wasn't necessary to do that because there were sufficient funds. And it sounds like that's the case again this year.
Well, we'd like to get it transferred over and put into, I can't speak now about things we haven't done, and this is my opinion, so the other two
Yeah.
may not agree with
Yeah,
me.
no, that's
So you
fine.
know that.
Yeah,
But what I'm going to propose to them is that we move it to the expendable portion of the perpetual care fund, and then we can use it for any kind of project, any kind of tree work or anything, because that can be spent
so transfer money
from
from,
this enlargement fund, so that it will be, so that it'll get into a place where it's earning, rather than just sitting.
okay.
But we put in, I don't know, the treasurer might know, we put in some pretty substantial bills in the last couple of 5 or 6 weeks from the tree company.
We just processed one today. I think it was about 10,000.
Yeah, and we did one a couple of weeks ago that was about that.
Yeah.
And then we also are in the middle of doing mapping, and so that's, you know.
Okay.
Almost, we can't go over 10 a year, but we're going up to 9950 a year.
Okay. So it sounds like there's an issue of whether the funds are earning interest or not.
I would like to
But-
see them earn interest.
right.
And then my thing eventually, and I can't, again, I can't speak for them.
Yeah.
Is I'm going to suggest to the committee that the money that is earned in interest in a given year be given to the town to offset our budget
Yep.
somewhat.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I was just
And
thinking
that
that,
we could even stand up at town meeting and do if we don't get it done beforehand.
right. I was just thinking that there's a chunk of money in this capital account. And thinking that would be sufficient to fund a lot of the things that you would be doing. So I'm just,
Oh, it is. When we did that project in the back where we, cleared 4
Yeah.
acres and,
yeah,
had to cut down a cliff and had to do actual blasting. I had to go up to school and explain to them that we were going to be blasting. I think they see this little old lady coming and they think I'm going to do this. And I said, they're putting out the tires and the whole thing and they're going to really set off like a bomb up there. And then they have to go and inspect the school to see that there's no damage. I mean, it's a huge
right.
bunch of stuff that they really didn't expect. But we didn't go to the town for any of that because we used that kind of money for it.
Okay. And that's what's
When we-
coming from the capital
It
appropriation.
comes from the sale of lots.
Yes, but I,
There's still, the revenue to fund that capital appropriation made at town meeting
Yeah.
is the sale of lots.
yes,
But
yes,
it does require a capital appropriation at town meeting.
yes. And I'm just trying to understand if another capital appropriation is needed this year or not, given that there's a
Does not
significant
seem
chunk
so.
of
It
money
seems like there are
already
some
in that
issues
capital
last
account.
year.
Yeah, that's all I was,
Yeah, it's
driving
not
at.
really- It's not really quote unquote needed. We don't know what we'll need during a year.
Yeah, of course.
But if it's sitting there, then we can't touch it for another year and it's not earning. And what we want to do is move it over to a place where it can be earning.
And
okay,
that would not be a capital appropriation.
Right. right.
But the cemetery commission could change
Can-
where the revenues go when they come in.
Yep.
Percentage split going to the enlargement side of things.
Yep.
or the perpetual split.
Yeah, and that sounds like a decision that you and your colleagues will make.
I've been on this forever, since before most of you were born. And when I started, it was like 80% went to perpetual care and 10% went in enlargement. And then the investments went down, and we were earning 0.001.
Right,
And it wasn't worth putting it there. And we
Right.
had all these big projects
Right.
coming up, so we moved it over to the other. Now it's time to move it back.
so it sounds like that's a decision that you and the other commissioners will
understand.
make.
What I want them to do, and I'm going to try to convince.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But I can't speak for them.
Of course, I'm thinking about town meeting and what's gonna happen at town meeting.
All we do a town meeting is just release that money.
And it sounds
And
like,
temporarily, it'll go in the capital thing, and then we
Okay,
can, at our
okay.
meeting, vote to move it.
yeah, okay, all right, so I think I get it, and okay, so we'll get that sorted out, okay. I had one other, I guess, a couple other things. One, and I can share this with Jeremy or with you afterwards, you don't need to dig into this now, but I noticed a small discrepancy between the budget spreadsheet and the Form 4. So it looked like there was one number that was out of whack, and I can share that
I don't do
later.
that, somebody else on our committee does, because I don't know how to do
Okay,
computers.
so I can share that offline, but just wanted to flag it. It
Okay,
looks like there was
I can
one
tell you-
number.
I can tell you privately who to call, because he'll know.
Okay,
the answer.
inconsequential, but it should get fixed. So we'll get that. And then I also just wondered, you have a contract for mowing with an outside contractor.
We do.
And I was just interested in the thinking about, since for a lot of other town properties, DPW handles that. So I was just interested in hearing the thinking about that.
The town used to do that, and it wasn't working.
What wasn't
It's one
working?
more thing for them to do, and the guy that does it is he's a town, he grew up here, knows what he's doing. He's been doing it about 30 years.
Okay, just,
And
There
we
is
don't-
interest to explore that. The expenses here are all paid to outside vendors,
yeah,
where there could be some synergy of what the Public Works Department does, the type of activities they do, even using the same vendors as Public Works. Maybe some efficiency instead of having two different pre-contractors, one contractor. There appears to be some synergy that could be discussed. with
Yeah.
Public Works.
yeah. I mean, I was just thinking, we're later going to talk about possible, robot mowers for the playing fields, which will free up some
Can't do
DPW
that
time.
on a gravestone.
No, I
No,
understand
no.
that, but it will free up some DPW time because if that's approved, they won't be doing some of the ball fields, and that might
Well, when we got
create,
this,
just to let me finish, that might create space for DPW to do more for the cemetery. Anyway, something to,
because when I started this, we had a shed, we had a truck, we had mowers, we had all sorts and kinds of stuff like that. And we don't have any of it anymore. It's totally their responsibility. They
Right.
do all the maintenance, we
Right.
tore the shed down. We don't pay vacation time or overtime or anything else because it's a flat contract. So there were financial advantages in having one person do it. And the people who do the trees are the town contractor. We use Stumpies under the town contract.
yeah, no, I'm just trying to think about, as Jeremy said, synergies, and particularly with freeing up DPW resources, there may be an opportunity to revisit that.
What you don't see here in this budget are the expenses that folks bear when they do a burial,
Right,
the excavation of the hole.
right,
You don't see any of that. That's another revenue or another
right.
potential synergy that, our Public Works Department has the capability of doing.
Okay, all right. Well, I've talked too long, so let me stop, and anybody else? Doug?
I'm just looking at the website. We have 7 cemeteries, is that right?
7 or 8, yeah.
Okay, and how many acres of cemeteries do we have
I
roughly?
have no clue. Pine Hill is 26.
No idea.
The other one's the other one's like the little one down at the triangle. How many acres is that?
And this is all owned by one contract, by one company? Thank you.
Mhm.
I had a quick
We
question.
also have 2 that are owned by the state and the town.
Go ahead, Nora.
For the ones at Pine Hill, those are the only, for lack of a better word, active cemetery, right? The Pine Hill
Pardon me?
one? Pine Hill is the only active cemetery?
I'm gonna say yes, but
I'm just curious, how much is a site or a plot? And then how many are left there? Do you happen to
there's
know?
plenty left. There's no question there's plenty left. I mean, this whole areas we've never developed, and we just developed 4 acres a couple of years ago, and we haven't even mapped it out or started to use it yet.
Okay,
What we were getting short on this place is you can guarantee a full casket,
okay,
because the reason it's a cemetery is because in the 1830s, they couldn't push their hand thing and get down in the dirt far enough. So it's a huge amount of ledge and rock, and, we've had to blast out lots, we've had to chip away lots, we've had to have people pick a different lot because we couldn't get in the ground.
and how much is a plot?
How
How much is a lot to buy?
Single casket space is 1,500.
1,500, okay. Thank you.
When Sue Tyler was here, when I came on, it was 50 and then it went up to 200.
And now it's
1,500.
1,500. That's inflation.
Yeah.
And there's
Thank
that
you.
interesting story about somebody who bought a plot, a family that had a plot from 150 years ago and some complicated thing, and they wanted to sell the plot back to the town, and it sounded all
The
very
rule
interesting.
used to be that we could buy a lot back for half of what they paid for it. So the first call I got was from a lady in North Carolina who wanted to sell back her family lot. It was 18 by 18. We could give her $12.50.
What a great deal.
She didn't want it.
Yeah, of course, of course.
And so now, and we went through the town, we don't have to, but we went to town meeting to get this approved
Right.
so that it would be, locked in and it couldn't just be up and changed. And we can now sell lots back. I've actually got another one right now that somebody wants to sell back. But I also think I have a potential buyer. So I'm gonna see if I
Okay.
can put those two people together before we go through the other part of it.
That sounds great.
Yeah, it does.
But-
All right.
But the rule now is that when you sell it back, you get half of what we are going to resell it for. So then when we resell it, we recoup half, and we've recouped land, and we're helping to, reclaim land and not use land not have land just sit there that nobody's ever gonna use that they bought years ago.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes.
Okay,
You asked me about the only active one. I said one exception, and that is the Salt and Straw Still Use Farm.
Oh, okay, that's a
Nobody
beautiful
knows that
one.
His family still
On
do
farm,
their burials down at farm, and they also have sort of, I think we mow it, but they've pretty much taken over. They put up the beautiful fences and they've done the tree work, and they kind of maintain it just because they're good people.
Yeah.
So that's the only exception, is that they do still occasionally do a burial at farm, and that's the one down across from Forest Street on Farm Road.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. Thanks, Chucky.
Okay.
Appreciate your coming in,
Thank you.
hearing our
Appreciate you
questions
putting
and so
me at
on.
the beginning of the meeting. Too old for a 10 o'clock meeting.
We all are.
We all are.
Yeah, we all are, but it's probably gonna go past that tonight. All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate your coming to
Thank you very much.
answer questions.
And I'm home. Anybody can always call and ask any questions. too.
Okay,
I
good,
don't
thanks.
know.
Excellent. Okay. Tom,
Thing.
do you want me to,
If
With
you
your-
wanted to share the
your
budget
spreadsheet up?
spreadsheet, if you want.
Sure,
I
give me-
don't have anything fancy.
we'll find it in just a second here and get it
Things
up.
are relatively straightforward this year. Just the process here. I want to thank Stephen and Penn. I've had a couple of great meetings with them. And it's great to have some active representatives from advisory to work with. Just to preface everything, obviously, the biggest portion of our budget is salaries, which is governed by three contracts. There's my contract, a contract for the lieutenant, and then a union contract. So this was prepared kind of with placeholders because the lieutenant's contract and the union contract is both currently in negotiation for successor agreements. So I utilized the contract increases from last year in preparation for this budget, just to give us some numbers to work with. But not sure when I would assume that the lieutenant's contract will be completed before the union's contract, but not really sure when we're gonna get these nailed down. So with that, based on all the contractual obligations and figuring in those numbers, it was about just over 3.7% increase in salaries this year. So really there's no big changes unless something drastic changes with our contract negotiations. Are there any specific questions as we relate to salaries to talk about?
I had one, somebody asked.
Okay, yeah.
I was just trying to track through, the incentive pay where, looked like that was a place where there was a decent jump, and I couldn't quite trace through what was.
Yeah, so what happened with the last contract is we basically have a two-step incentive program now. So when you come in, there is a incentive for a bachelor's degree and incentive for a master's degree that's flat rate. After someone's been here 5 years, it turns into a percentage based on the old Quinn Bill program that was available in the Commonwealth. So we're using it as a retention tool. As you've probably seen over the years, we kind of had a revolving door for quite some time. So we're trying to get some of those people that hit that 5-year mark and kind of that time in their career where they're really marketable to stick around.
And so is that essentially the reason for the
That's why you see
increases
those
of a bunch of people who
Yeah,
are
we
moving
had quite a few
into
people
that
that moved
next
in that
category?
category.
Okay. I also,
Just falls from the CBA. The requirements of the CBA and where those folks are.
oh, yeah, so that's all CBA mandated everything.
Yes.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
got it.
so if you look from year to year, you'll see they're at flat rate and then they jump much higher, which is that
Yep,
percentage.
okay.
increase.
And it also looked like, just scanning over, I think the Form 5, there were some changes in, number of weeks worked per year and shifts. And is there
Yeah, so just-
anything going on there with staffing stuff?
No, that was just based on, so we'd had some staffing changes, so we had old people listed in there, so when they get hired, they get step raises in their first 2 years every 6 months. So that breaks down where they are with those steps, how many weeks within the fiscal year they'll be at one step, and then when they move to the next step.
Okay. Penn, you should go ahead. I should have let you and Steven start, actually, since you guys are dug
Oh,
into
no,
this
no,
more than anybody.
We're not that special.
Yes, you are.
So under regular salaries, that would include lieutenant and all the people running the union contract.
Correct, yeah.
And, okay, and so I understand why those are not broken out this year, but is that, they just come, they lump together sort of every year?
That's how it's always been on that, that breakout, right? It's
Yeah.
been the police chief broken out and then everyone else.
Okay, because in theory, the lieutenant is,
A separate contract,
so it could be a separate line item, but I'm not asking for that, but it's.
potentially, yeah, that would
Could
be,
be, yeah.
Could be. I mean, it's more that details on Form 5.
Mhm.
yeah.
By staff member.
Thanks, I'm just trying to gain clarity.
Oh,
I had a clarifying question on the Form 5. I was looking at the lines that had a significant increase over last year, and one was Officer SS.
Spencer Shock.
Yeah, so that's 64K increase since last year, but it's not listed as a full-time equivalent. I'm just curious.
Well, if you look, there's
2 lines.
Right, right.
So what it is it's breaking out, so he's got 2 lines on that in FY '26 proposed, because it was not in 2 lines on FY, so it's broken out because he's a newer employee that was hired this past fiscal year. He's gonna have a partial year at one rate, a partial year at another rate. So it's, so there is a 0 line that it's
Right,
going into,
right.
but basically that line that was above it, we're breaking out
Got
into
it.
2 separate lines.
So when you sum those 2 lines, it looks like it's one full-time equivalent, it's about the same.
Correct.
Then the other one that seemed to be large was the one below it, Officer OR. That was a 58K increase over last year.
So I think that may be a similar thing.
Yes, that one has
You
2
look,
lines as well.
so it's 2 lines on FY '25 and then it combines into 1 line on FY '26.
Right,
Because when he gets to a flat one rate that's not going to be split throughout the fiscal year.
This budget, level funds, level service for the number of officers in the department. It's not
Yeah, so
proposed to increase.
sometimes when you,
Right.
because of the way we break out with those 6-month raises, when you
Right.
track across a line from year to
Makes
year, it was zeroed out 1 year, but
Got it.
then it's split
Right.
because it's a new employee. And then he's split in FY '25 and it's going into 1 line on
Right.
FY '26.
so was it the same number of full-time equivalents
Same
last year?
full-time equivalents.
17 last year and 17.
And that's why when you see those lines where there's some changes and there's nothing listed in the full-time equivalents, that's where there was a change in that line breakdown.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
okay. Feeling pretty good about staffing levels? I mean, it looks like overtime's under control, nothing crazy
Seems to be
going on
under
there.
control. We're a little high at what we expended this year, but we have one person who's been out on extended maternity leave and we're short one person. We were actually working on a job posting today to get that out to fill the vacancy we have. So, very comfortable. We'll probably go over on overtime, but we'll be under on salary slightly and that will balance off that cost.
Just
Go ahead.
for my benefit, can you explain what the incentive is? How does it work? What does it relate to?
So it's an educational incentive. So when officers start their first 5 years, it's a bachelor's degree gets a $10,000 incentive, a master's degree gets a $15,000 incentive.
It's a one-time payment?
Flat rate,
Is it
broken out within their pay, and it's annual, broken out within their pay every pay period. Then when they hit the 5-year mark, that incentive changes to a percentage rate. It's 20% for a bachelor's degree, 25% for a master's degree. And that's in line with the old state program from Massachusetts called, it's referred to as the Quinville.
So this isn't for an officer who's getting a degree. It's
So
for
they
someone who
has a degree.
Got it. And that kicks in after 5 years?
The percentage kicks in after 5.
Says education doesn't pay.
Exactly.
Let me just interrupt for 1 second. Something I messed up on. I'm just checking to see who was going to take minutes today. And Doug, that was going to be you?
Was it me?
Yeah. Are you okay?
I can start.
Picking that up and starting?
I was unaware.
Yeah, no, I usually send an email around reminding people and I just forgot to do that earlier.
Okay.
If you could start, that would be great.
Start taking that.
And it's easy to fill in the early bits. My apologies for messing that up. I should have gotten that set up ahead of time.
We are
Steve-
recording, so you can go back.
Yeah, Stephen.
Chief, one of the things that I look at particularly is the current year expenses year to date
Yes.
compared to what your budget is for fiscal 25.
Yep.
One of the line items is information systems,
Yes.
where fiscal 25, the budget's 29.6. And year to date, we spent about 23.
Yeah.
Is that just a lumpy thing that it's front
It's
loaded?
a lot of front-loaded service contracts and things like that. So a lot of it we pay at the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay,
So
good.
it's not something that's paid out equally each month.
Thank you.
All right, you want to keep
Yep.
going through the rest of things?
Yeah, and then expenses, we were only a 0.07% increase. Just really 4 lines where there are significant change. So we can read it a little better. That first line was under our cell phones, and cell phones is a broad term, but it's really all of our data plans for all of our mobile data terminals and now our body cameras. So because of our change in body cameras, we're using more data. And so there was an increase, 19% increase in that line. But we offset it with some other lines. So we had a reduction in our investigative supplies lines, really to tie into what our average expenses have been. We haven't had any major investigations that have had us deplete supplies. We have supplies that are, some of things, they do go stale, but we're in good shape for those and shouldn't need to be making any large investigative supply purchases. Then under animal control, we had a reduction in animal control, and what we're relying on for that is, I'm sure everyone now is familiar with Officer West. He's the most well-known police officer in town. Nobody else cares about us but the dog. Everyone cares about the dog. So Sergeant Nolte has formed a nonprofit, the Sherborn Police Working Dog Foundation, and the purpose for that is to, one, start to save some long-term costs associated with West, because at some point he's going to retire and there's going to be some costs long-term. But also the goal is to establish a scholarship for students at DS that are going to go on into mental health professions or mental health careers, and to then offset some of our current costs that we have. So we think that through how things have been going with the foundation so far, that he'll be able to, through these, the foundation donates some money to the town to offset the costs for West, donate supplies. So some of those things that we're purchasing will get purchased through the foundation. And then lastly, was a reduction under our dues and memberships. We had one real reduction in that. We're a member of the Greater Boston Police Council. That's a consortium of police departments that is a collective purchasing group, as well as the BAPR network, which is the Boston Area Police Emergency Radio Network. So it's an interoperable radio network that we're part of. So in this current year's budget, we had a one-time assessment because there's a major upgrade to the radio system. So that assessment has been pulled out of the budget for going forward. The only other considerations, and it is no effect this year, is, we still have, fortunately, as things changed over the last couple of weeks, a couple of federal grants that have offset some of our costs from past years. Those will be coming to an end probably in the next fiscal year. Hopefully there'll be some things available. We're not sure if they will be. So as we move forward, there might be some costs that do come back into the budget.
Not showing up in your budget, but any update on regional dispatch stuff?
So pretty sure we'll have to have another meeting. I was actually at dispatch today. Things
Yeah.
are going really well with dispatch.
Great.
This year will be our first assessment that the town is going to pay somewhere in the $81,000 range for services. But one benefit, just to give you an idea, so we had a power outage about 2 months ago, and it cut out the police station. When that power cut out, our generator didn't kick on. So Sean happened to be around because of the trees down. He couldn't get it to run, so we were without power. Fortunately, the director of the dispatch center was monitoring things. He gets alerts on the radio system, noticed there was no power to the equipment. he immediately texted Sean and said, get me a quote for your generator. I'm buying you a new one. So Sean, thankfully, went back to the director and said, listen, we're going to have a problem if we get a generator for the police department and we don't replace the older generator at the fire station. So through next year's 911 grant, we're going to replace about $200,000 worth of equipment in town, replacing both generators at both public safety facilities. So just kind of shows that the ongoing benefit, as well as some things I'm sure Chief Ward will talk about that he'll have coming in next year. A lot of positives.
Great. What else before we get to capital stuff?
I had a question about the pension for Officer West.
Yes. He doesn't get the traditional Middlesex County retirement that everyone else does.
Okay. How many more years left does he have on the force?
So it really varies.
I think I can ask that question about a dog right now.
So he'll work as long as he's able to, unlike, a typical police dog that we see, a patrol canine that barks at people and bites at people and those type of things. West will be able to work a lot longer. He may get a little bit slower. I don't know. It's hard for him to get slower. He's pretty slow already. Maybe 1 speed West. But it really depends. You can see on days that he works and he spends a lot of time at the school, a lot of time with groups. He's tired at the end of the day. I don't know how his brain works, but he definitely senses when people are in need. I can tell that from my own perspective when he just kind of saunters into my office and puts his head on my lap on days that I'm stressed out. So it all depends because it definitely affects him. But the organization where we got him, Guide Dogs of America, expect that he can work until he's at least 10 years old, if not older. So we have 5, 6, 7 more years with him. And then the fortunate part is we've formed this relationship with Guide Dogs of America that we should have a very good opportunity to get another dog through their program.
Thank you. Just a little bit of levity.
All right.
I'm just curious, will it be council,
Yeah.
know exactly what, a dog does on the police force? Maybe she-
So there's a variety of things a police dog can do. There's your traditional police dog that is, sniffs out drugs and chases down suspects. That's not what we have. So we have what's more commonly referred to as a comfort dog. West's title is a facility dog, and that's just because of the organization he's part of. But basically his job is to mitigate stress. So we utilize him a lot in the schools. And maybe giving you some history on why he came here. So when I first came here, just a few months into my tenure, we had a high school student pass away in a tragic car crash. And, we would go to the school afterwards, and there were these comfort dogs from all these other police departments, but nothing from Sherborn. So I had formed a relationship in my prior department with the president of this organization, Guide Dogs of America. And when I had met him, he left me a cell phone number. He said, if you ever need a dog, you call. So with what was going on here, I called and they supplied the dog. And they train dogs to the very high end. So basically they train dogs to be seeing eye dogs. Dogs for veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder, kids with autism, and what's known as a facility dog, which up until West had gone to courthouses and nursing homes and hospitals. West was actually the first dog that ever went to a police department. And so he is just out there. He builds relationships. He, unfortunately, we had a 7-year-old child in town pass away over the past week who has younger siblings. So we've been spending time with that family and just providing service and comfort to people. And we get a child that's in a car crash. Who doesn't love the dog? And if you ever have time to meet him, if you come by, if you haven't met him yet, he's amazing. He really is. He hangs out at the police department. He lives with Sergeant David Nolte, but he works his regular 4 and 2 schedule like everybody else. The schedule our police officers work is 4 days on, 2 days off. So versus a normal traditional 5 and 2 with weekends off. And, he's just really been a huge benefit to us, really a benefit through the school department. So he's been here 2.5 years now. Yeah. Yep, he's like 5. So he was 2.5 when we got him. So they put him through 2.5 years of training.
What else? Okay, you want to talk capital?
So we have 2 capital items this year, both replacements of vehicles. So we have been operating under a cycle, really a 5-year replacement cycle on our vehicles the last couple of years, and including that one of them is much older and tracks into their use. So the first vehicle we're replacing is a 2016 Ford Interceptor, Ford Explorer SUV. It's been around a while. Most of its use with the town, it was assigned to Sergeant Nolte. Actually, prior to my arrival in town, there was a take-home vehicle program for the supervisors, which we don't have anymore, except in Sergeant Nolte's case because of the dog. So he uses it to transport the dog. So we'll be replacing his vehicle with just a kind of off-the-lot civilian, normal that anyone could buy Chevrolet Blazer. So we looked at the options that are out there, and hybrid, electric, gas, and we really thought that it would make sense because of the way this vehicle is used, that it should be a traditional gas vehicle. Myself personally, I've had some reservations with what's been available. We didn't need to go with the full-size Chevy Tahoe for this use, and there's been some issues with the Fords, and we really didn't get into that because of the repair bill some of our neighboring communities have had with the Ford Explorers currently. So it would be to replace that with the Chevy Blazer, upfit with lighting like all the other vehicles and still be able to be used. And that total on that's fortunately because it's a civilian version, so it doesn't have a really upgraded suspension and some of the other things. And the way that the sergeant's role is in the department, it's not a lot of pursuit work. We're worried about any type of, heavy braking, constant use where a day-to-day patrol vehicle is being operated by 3, 4, or 5 different people at any given time. So it's much lower price. So that comes in somewhere in the 40. I don't have it broken out. I'm sorry. I need your vehicle on this. But
The
in
one
the
that's
I think it's
39,000.
39,000 on the car, another 10,000 on the
Adds up to
10,000 plus on the up
54 and change.
54 and change.
Right.
And then the other is a much more expensive vehicle, so that's replacing one of our Chevy Tahoe frontline vehicles. This is an EV, so we have brought EVs into the police department. I would never come to you with a request to make our entire fleet electric. The variety is good. We have one EV now, which is a Ford Mustang Mach-E that's used for administrative purposes. The one benefit we've seen with that is in over a year of use now, about what we had 14, 15 months. We've put $150 into maintenance on it. It's been very inexpensive to utilize so far, which has been a benefit. So Chevrolet has come out with a Blazer pursuit vehicle, all electric. So this would be a Chevy Blazer, all electric, fully upfit as all of our other frontline vehicles are. And it's nice to see that Eversource has been here with our charger out front over the last couple of days, getting things hopefully buttoned up. Because we've had some discussions on charging and how we're going to utilize that. Fortunately, if I have the town having a fast charger, 20 to 40 minutes, we'll be able to get, quite a bit of a charge. So when officers on a dinner break or whatever it may be, if they get low, they'll be able to charge the vehicle. Or worst case scenario, they could ground it to charge and take a gas vehicle at the time. I think there's a lot of upside to it. We had some concerns, and one of the, I would say people within the department that had the most concerns was Lieutenant Ted Stone. And those of you who are familiar with Lieutenant Ted Stone, he is not small. He's very tall. He was concerned about how people fit in it, how the vehicle would perform. So he's the guy that test drove it. And believe it or not, he fits with room to spare, which is amazing. It's really, they're set up well. I think Chevrolet has done a good job with this vehicle, and I think it's going to work out for us.
So this one comes, I think, to about 85K all in.
Yeah, it's much more expensive all in, but hopefully we'll see when Public Works comes with their gasoline budget, we'll start to see over 5 years an offset on that, what we're using less fuel.
And it sounds like some chunk of the difference is it's just a differently outfitted vehicle.
Differently out, it's
Serving-
upgraded
serving a different
suspensions
purpose.
and different purpose versus the.
Ken, go ahead.
2 questions. So one, with the fast charger here, will there be a provision for you to get this vehicle on it if you need it? Or is it just gonna?
So that was one of the discussions I was gonna have, that, we put some sort of signage up there that police vehicles take precedence, or certain times of the day, maybe first thing in the morning or something, that there's a spot that's for police vehicles only.
Okay.
That was just a consideration as we move forward before we put the charger online.
Right. And I noticed, thanks. So I also noticed, and it's got an 8-year, and you remember you mentioned this in our meeting, it's got an 8-year battery warranty. Have you thought about, I think you remember, if I remember correctly, your typical cycle is 5 years. Have you thought about just pushing it out, just extra stretching it to 7? Because if there's lower maintenance and gas savings, but we're not running the risk of running afoul of the batter.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see how it works out.
Mhm.
You know, one of the issues we see is the interiors get beaten on, we're not all little when we sit in all these seats and, things get worn. I mean, some of those are maintenance items and we could look at maybe doing some freshening up and replacing of those to get more time out of the vehicles. But time will kind of tell. This will be our first frontline vehicle as an EV and we'll see how it does work out. And then one of the other things we're gonna do this year is, so normally our vehicles get replaced, they go to auction. I've had some discussions with Sean Colleen, and I'm sure most of you have seen the old gray pickup truck the DPW utilizes, and it looks like the bed's about to fall off the back. Because the Chevy Tahoe that we'll get rid of, still has some useful life in it. Not 24/7 useful life, but parts runs and the things that the DPW uses that truck for. We would transition this vehicle to the DPW and they could, put that pickup truck out to pasture, and then they wouldn't have to come to you for a replacement vehicle on that. And that's something that we've also had some discussions and I had some discussions with Sean, that if we get into that cycle, that, we could every 5 years trickle down another vehicle to them, so they would never, have to come forward to replace.
That'd be a good thing.
Yeah. Especially, and if he needed a pickup truck, because we do have a pickup truck in the fleet now.
Yeah.
We could get it to the point where it was the pickup truck that
Be
went.
a great way to extend the use.
Yes.
Yeah. Doug,
I'm-
go ahead. Sorry, Shelley, did you have your hand up? I should come over to
No,
this
I
side.
didn't put it up. I was going to, but he can go first and I'll go next.
All right, I was
It's
just
fine.
trying to get over to this
Yeah,
side
no,
too.
that's fine.
Okay, go ahead, Doug.
Chief, it's my understanding that each vehicle does not have its own radar detector, tint detector, breathalyzer. Is that correct?
So we have, each one has, like hard mounted fixed radar units. We have, a couple of portable breath tests and a few tint meters. We don't have them in every vehicle.
Is that a problem? Should we not have one in every vehicle?
Overall, not really. They're small enough, easy enough to transfer. If it really became like a tint meter, it's something we could easily purchase within our
Can you
budget
just tell
now.
us what a tint meter is? I'm not sure.
So obviously you see vehicle windows that are different levels of transparency. So, there's 35% of transferable light needs to go through those to be legal in Massachusetts. So there's a little meter that hooks on the window to test what the light transfer level is.
These are for aftermarket tinted windows. So if you're on the highway and you look at a car in broad daylight and you can't see anybody inside the car, that's an
Chances
illegal
are.
level of tint. And unsafe for police officers and probably.
And then on the
as well.
portable breath test, we have what we call an OIC bag. So there's one in there and there's one additional one. Generally, if there's two on the road or there's one on the road with the officer in charge that day, if there's a stop for an OUI, that multiple officers are going to be there. So we wouldn't need to have multiple units
What
there.
about the age of portable radar detectors?
The handhelds, we've actually had over the last couple of years, 2 or 3 of our handheld radars have been replaced through our grant program with the state. We're part of a municipal road safety grant. So through that, we get funding for traffic enforcement shifts and also equipment. So last year, we got 2 actually brand new handheld radars. And also like the year before that, you'll see there's a portable speed sign mounted to a pole on Coolidge Street now. We received that through the grant.
And the town does not have a license plate reader?
So we do not have any LPR.
Well, why is that?
I think there's a combination of things. I think it would be a greater discussion to have. But most agencies around aren't running LPR on a day-to-day basis. I think the discussion I would
Really?
have, yeah, most municipal agencies.
Wellesley, Framingham?
I don't think Framingham is running any at this point. They may be running one. What we're seeing more of now are cameras, you'll hear them commonly referred to one company as Flock, where they have them mounted like at town lines and things like that have that capability on it. That's something in the future, and those are discussions we've started to have. They're a great tool because especially with missing people. So
Right.
for instance, we had a senior citizen go missing a couple weeks ago. And through some of those cameras, we were able to track when they went through a certain intersection in Framingham. Eventually, fortunately, they were located, they were in Ospey, New Hampshire. It was an Alzheimer's situation. But so to add some of those to town and strategically would be something. I met with a company a few weeks ago that does do LPR for vehicle mounts. Right now, looking at the cost versus, when our officers out there that are aggressive and running plates and doing things, we might pick up a few more arrest warrants here and there. But overall, I don't think it's an expense we need right now. I would be more apt to have a long-term discussion on the fixed mount camera type systems versus the mobile ones.
Different topic. Let's talk about the rifle arsenal. My understanding
Yes.
is that the rifles are old,
Yes,
they're heterogeneous. If an officer is involved and uses a rifle, they have to be, basically every officer has to be trained on every single different rifle as opposed to having one standard rifle.
yep, so that's part
Should
of
we
our.
not have new rifles?
100% agreed. So that's part of our plan. So you'll see with our capital, there's a rifle
It's
attached
in there.
to outfit with these two cars. And then
Is that the psionics stuff?
that's the psionics.
I wondered.
So those are to upgrade the rifles that are in the car. Then I have a plan beyond that. So we have this fund where we have auctioned things off. So we have a surplus fund for with capital. That if at town meeting this were approved, we would start by buying the first two rifles. I would then go to the select board to utilize funds that are in that account to purchase the remaining rifles.
And the goal is to have
Standard
standard
platform.
platform.
Yeah, because what we run into, and especially now, so I don't know if you've heard, and you maybe heard the term on post. So it's in Massachusetts, it's the police officer standards and training. So they establish now kind of our guidelines and rules and certify police officers. So what's come out of that is, especially with rifles, because we see a lot of agencies that have, and kind of the way Sherborn did it, was they piecemealed it over the years.
Right.
We bought a couple here, we bought a couple there, and now we have it. So we have different sights, different optics, different rifles. They've come out and said they're not doing it yet, but here's what is going to come in the future. We're going to give you some time to basically prepare that if you have two different manufacturer rifles with different sights, every officer every year is going to have to qualify for each one of those.
Right.
So right now we go and we have a rifle qualification day, and that's 4 hours of overtime for most of the officers. Well, we have 4 different rifle platforms. So now we would quadruple our training time. So just by this one expense, and when I come forward to the select board, hopefully after town meeting, for the purchase of the rest of the rifles, it's easy to show the offset and the expense that we would have in the future. But I know I 100% agree with you, and that's our move. The other thing that the new rifles will have are suppressors. So commonly referred to as silencers. It's not like James Bond, but it's more of what we see now moving forward and the threats that we see with whether it be in schools or houses of worship or different places. Police officers are going into those and discharging their weapons inside of a building. The problem with that is, and I would never expect the officers to do this, and I don't expect it to happen, is when they get their gear and they're running out of the car and they're running into the building to try and grab a pair of earmuffs or hearing protection. Because what's going to happen is they're going to fire one shot and then they're almost useless to us because we won't be able to communicate with them. So the suppressor will minimize the sound output at the rifle. There's still a supersonic, bang down range, but will allow that officer to kind of stay in the fight, communicate back and forth with us and give us information that we may need. The hope is we'll never use them, but we kind of need to have them.
Thank you. Yeah, if anyone who's ever shot an AR-15, it's loud.
Yes.
Very
Yeah.
loud.
And I'll tell you, it's amazing the difference. So we demoed them and I actually bought them at my old agency and we were able to stand right behind the shooter without ear protection on.
Good. Thank
Shelley, you had a,
I just had a couple questions.
Yeah.
I remember last year we did a capital request for a new vehicle for the fleet.
Yeah.
There was a comparison price-wise between the gas vehicle versus the electric.
Yeah.
What was the difference in cost if you were to go with it?
So traditional gas, it varied. If we were to go and replace apples to apples and replace a Tahoe to a Tahoe, there's probably about a $8,000 or $9,000 difference in the vehicle itself. The Chevy Tahoe jumped quite a bit this year. It would be a little bit less if we went with the Ford Explorer.
Okay.
A little bit bigger disparity. The cost would be a little bit less for the Explorer.
Okay. Because I think part of our question last year was just like, what is the purpose of this vehicle in the fleet? Does it do a lot of idling? Is it,
It does, all of our frontline vehicles do a ton of idling.
okay,
So that, and that's where most of our fuel usage is. So
Okay.
that, this being now a frontline vehicle, that idling is gonna be gone. So that fuel, that equivalent fuel usage is down. So that's hopefully where we're gonna see the savings on the fuel budget down the road for the town as well.
okay. And the battery life for a vehicle that spends a lot of time idling, I guess
So,
you've got one in the
yeah.
fleet, so you kind of have a sense.
Yeah,
of
it's
what that
used
can
differently,
do.
but it's an 8-year warranty.
Okay,
So, we're pretty comfortable with that. And these are being marketed as police vehicles from Chevrolet so
okay,
that they understand what that usage is. And that if there's a problem with the battery, we fully expect that the warranty would cover that.
okay. And then my only other question was just, if the vehicle were in a chase situation and
Yeah.
it's, there was an accident.
Yeah.
It's an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
There's like, I'm sure fire department could speak more to like the issues with some of the electric vehicles involved in accidents. I mean, I guess as a department, do you encounter a lot of situations where you're in high-speed situations where there might be
We,
the potential of an accident with an electric vehicle?
I mean,
not part of this situation? It just-
the chance for an accident is probably more just day-to-day driving.
Okay.
The officer put a lot of miles on the cars every year. They spend a lot of times. We had one that got totaled right out here before the roundabout was put in. A car ran the stop sign and hit one of the cars. Very, very infrequent do we have any high-speed chases. They're kind of frowned upon within policing now, especially in the Northeast. So I don't see a lot of those. There's always that inherent risk. There's inherent risk in everything we do. But it's not something that's on the top of my worry list.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right.
How many vehicles does it use?
So currently we have 9.
9.
Yeah.
And of those, how many are electric?
So 1 right now.
1. And just over time, what's your sort of vision in terms of the breakdown of electric versus gas?
It's really going to depend on how this goes. We're going to have to utilize
So this is
this.
an experiment.
Yes, we're going to have to utilize this for a couple of years to really see how it works out. Like I said, until there's some changes in battery technology and charging technologies, I would never see an entire fleet like this. But we're going to really look at this year, look over the next, couple of years and see how it works. Really hybrid is the best thing for us. But our options right now are very limited with hybrids. It really is just the Ford Explorer Interceptor that's hybrid. And there's been a lot of issues over time. One of the major dealers is that we utilize or could utilize is McGovern, MHQ. And they've had over 100 sitting on the lot waiting for things that they can't even deliver because of problems with them. So that's just things that we don't want to get into right now until Ford figures some things out.
Can I follow up on the EV question? So I'm assuming we're not at the cutting edge here of putting like the first EV on the
No,
road here.
no.
So has anyone, I'm sure the police forces anywhere have done studies of all the specs and the requirements of a day-to-day operation of a gas vehicle versus an e-vehicle? I'm talking about like, acceleration, handling.
Yeah.
Everything. I mean, like, does it work in cold weather?
Yeah, so actually the first department I saw that made a complete transition was in Indiana. So they deal with cold weather, they deal with a lot of things. They transitioned their entire fleet from Dodge Chargers to Teslas, and very successfully. The only issues they had at the time is there's not a lot of equipment options to put in a Tesla. It hasn't been a traditional police vehicle. The upfitters haven't been building a lot of things to put in them, but they were very successful. And what they really touted through all their testing and their use was their reduction in fuel. And they were looking at about $6,500 a year in fuel savings per vehicle in their fleet.
So mile for mile, it's cheaper to have an electric vehicle than a gas vehicle?
Again, I've only read about it, so that, I don't think the offset mile for mile is going to be overall. Again, we're going to have to see, because I know Nora raised the question a couple of years ago on tires and that EVs are heavier.
Yeah.
So you tend to see tires get used faster. We haven't had that experience with the one we have right now. I think part of it is tire technology improving, but that's why we start with one in the fleet in terms of patrol, and we kind of work with it and see. We may work with this and say, we're not going to do this again. There is the cost benefit's not there, or we may say it's a wash, or we may say, hey, this has worked out really well for us, and we'll continue to build on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so not just tires, but brakes tend to go
Yeah.
a bit quicker as well.
Yes and no, because the built-in regenerative braking where the motor is doing some of the braking,
Right.
you know, and that's going to take some training with the officers, because there are different drive modes in these vehicles. So you could have one pedal drive, where as soon as you take your foot off, you know, the regeneration starts. So there is some offset on the braking.
And then, but my thinking with Indiana, I'm sure it was easy for them to track their fuel use. I don't know if they track their electrical use and correlated.
Right.
You know, I mean.
Yeah. And that what's going to be nice is especially if we're using this charger out front, it's going to be owned by the town. We'll have to have a separate account for the police department to use, and we'll be able to see and annualize that electric use.
Okay, great.
One last thing, the psionics,
Yes.
that's the rifle. Is there other stuff in there too, or is that just kind of the rifle, the size?
The rifle and
All
the
the different- all the
accessories.
accessories.
With it, yes.
There's some jargon there I didn't know. I was just
So
trying to
there's
track.
optics, and things like that.
Okay.
Capital budget to approve this.
Both of these, both
Yes.
vehicles, yeah, okay. Anybody else? All right,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
appreciate it. Very helpful.
Appreciate the questions. It's always good.
Next time, bring Officer West with you, please.
No, then we'll be here till midnight.
All right, Zach.
Thank you. So just to let everybody know, Dan has a slideshow.
Yeah.
He's gonna share for me. I know there's some new,
Yeah, well, he shows everybody up.
I know there are some new committee members, so I just wanted to share some information about the fire department. I also have a handout. This was our slide deck for the capital budget committee. There's a couple photos that might be helpful for the group, so.
And as you're passing out, Shelley and I are the liaisons, and we took several hours. We previewed both stations, and it was very, very, very good.
So when Zach finishes, if you want to take the lead on the questions. Great.
There's 4 or 5 slides on the operations of the department, very, some brief stuff, and then there's a couple slides on the budget itself towards the end, just with some high level stuff. Obviously, we'll go into much more detail after the slideshow. So just a quick message about the department. We exist to be of service in bad situations that happen to good people. Obviously, I think people know that. Our budget is a tool that we use to achieve that. Every dollar that we spend with the priority of providing an ambulance and fire trucks, as many as you need, depending on your incident, with competent staff to you when you have your emergency. So that's really our goal. Some of our emergency responsibilities, obviously fires, structural fires, brush fires, vehicle fires, and more. Medical emergencies, medicals include motor vehicle crashes, technical rescues. Technical rescues are special rescues that the department performs. For instance, in the fall, we had a woman fall and split her head open in the Rocky Narrows, a mile into the woods, and with the quickly and safely kept people out of that situation. We had a gentleman sledding on Pine Hill behind the baseball fields, and he got hurt 150 feet up a steep, slippery hill a few weeks ago. So we had to work, collectively to get him down, stuff like that. We do ice and water rescues. We've had one of those this year in the river, or recovery, I should say, of an animal. Hazardous materials incidents, gas leaks, carbon monoxide, fluid spills. We do a lot of fluid spill work at car accidents. We're really the first line of defense for dealing with those things, so they can protect people's wells and water and all that. A lot of weather related stuff. We had that last week. Obviously alarm investigations. We deal with missing persons and many more types of incidents. Basically, when something happens and people don't have an answer to the problem, they call the Sherborn Fire Department, and we're there for those people. So take the next slide. Some of our non-emergent functions, fire inspections. We do about 250 inspections a year. We do create revenue for the town doing those inspections, between $15,000 and $20,000 a year that goes to the general fund. We do pre-fire planning, every commercial building, every multiple dwelling. And then right now, we're actually doing a project for every single property in the town. We're doing water supply mapping and planning for every property in the entire town. It's gonna take about 6 to 8 months.
And that's tracking like where,
Yeah, so if you had a fire at your home, where would we get the water? It's not just one option, there's actually 4 options with this. So we're the 2 closest hydrants that we could lay a hose line to, and we're the 2 closest places we could get water from if, for instance, we couldn't get to a hydrant. So if we had to do a tank, what's called a tanker shuttle.
so it's setting up so that if you go to a home, you
Yep.
instantly know here are the
Exactly.
4 places. Okay.
Yeah, we have something similar, but it's grouped by neighborhood. It's not as informative, and there's 1 or 2 options depending on the address. So we're working on that. We had 4 appointments to visit areas of town last week to work on that project, but we didn't make any of them because of emergency calls that were coming in. So I said it would take 6 months. It might take 9 at this point. We'll see. We do permitting, occupancy, open burning, special events, public education. We're in the schools. We do fire safety, CPR, and first aid, and natural disasters. Community involvement. The department, I'm really proud. Very involved in the community. We do an open house annually that has over 500 people. We do safety stuff on Halloween, the holiday season. Sherborn picks up a lot of other events. We have events virtually every other week that we're involved in. On social media. Partner with our Fire and Rescue Association. We have our own members who are the absolute best. We have an association. They raise money themselves to offset some of the expenses of the department. Things like uniforms, equipment, other things are really the best. We partner with the Lions Club, Pine Hill, and other organizations. Next slide, Dan. Other non-emergent functions, EMS training. There's 1 EMS drill per month for the department. We have a really extensive, well-known in the industry EMS preceptor program for all new hires. All new hires, you don't just walk in with your EMT and we're like, oh, you're on our ambulance tomorrow. There's a really extensive program that we put them through before they actually respond. EMTs have to go through a 20-hour refresher every 2 years. They need a total of 40 hours of credits every 2 years to recertify. Just for informational purposes, an EMT class right now is about 150 hours. For fire training, there's 2 or 3 drills per month. It's really fire training every day at the fire department on a small scale, but the entire department gets together 2 or 3 times per month for larger drills. They go for 3 hours. They're on Thursday nights. I go to all the drills. Every select board meeting I need to be at. So we've talked about moving our drills to accommodate that, but really extensive probationary firefighter training program. It's actually recently been adopted by a neighboring town. Extensive driver training stuff. And then all new firefighters go to the Mass Fire Academy for a 240-hour program. That's nights and weekends over the course of 4 months, unless they're already a trained firefighter coming in. Next slide. Just a breakdown of our personnel. Fire department employs 2 full-time people, myself and a lieutenant. We have 1 part-time administrator. For those new on the committee, that was actually a 40-hour week position that was cut back to 19 and a half 2 or 3 years ago. I don't recall. I don't know if you were on the committee, Dan. 34 on-call members, two of which are deputy chiefs, 7 lieutenants, 25 firefighters. And then you'll see below, it's per diem numbers. So we have on-call people. They're people that live locally. They carry a pager. You know, if you have an emergency, a fire or whatever, they respond to one of the stations. They get in their gear, they get on a truck, and they roll the door. And then we have per diem people. Per diem people exist to basically work ambulance shifts. We have a fully staffed ambulance. It's staffed with part-time folks. Number of on-call people work ambulance shifts, but those 18 per diems are there specifically to work ambulance shifts. So they're at the station, ready for any ambulance call that comes in to respond immediately. We have a total of 55 members on the fire department right now. We're really lucky. A lot of places are having trouble recruiting people, particularly on the on-call side. And we have a waiting list. I'd say a waiting list. So call volume. Calls are increasing. There is a budget request in the fire budget due to that. 2020, we're doing 621. We got up to 649 to 22. Now we just finished 2024 with 741. Pretty interesting. That's specific to Sherborn. Most towns do about 75% EMS. Our split is 50-50. every year between fire and EMS calls. I did an analysis on that. Smaller towns that, have, for lack of a better term, have more expensive homes and properties and people that are well off, that's typical. It's a 50-50 split. Part of the reason, it depends on the community. A lot of communities have nursing homes. They have other facilities in which they respond to regularly. They have what we call frequent flyers for the ambulance. A lot of towns around us have people that they pick up 30 times a year or 40 times a year with their ambulance. We don't have any frequent flyers here. There might be somebody that we pick up 5 or 6 times a year because they're going through a particular medical issue, but we don't have that a whole lot, Just about 2024, we did 5 building fires, 11 fires in buildings. A little confusing. They could be chimney fires, a dryer fire, other type of fire in a building, but it doesn't take out a room or spread into the structural components of the building. 7 brush fires, few car fires, some other fires, and 8 rescues. That includes using like the Jaws of Life. We used the Jaws of Life 5 times last year. There's actually more than any other town around us, with the exception of Framingham, which is pretty shocking. And I just threw in there, since January 1st of this year, we've done 99 runs, 3 rescues, 2 really serious mutual aid structure fires, 4 priority 1 medical emergencies, which are like life-threatening, immediate medical emergencies, and we've responded to 3 possible structure fires. So,
On the fire calls, the 289 fire calls last
Yeah.
year. So there are obviously fire calls that aren't building fires or fires in buildings. So what are the?
no, they include those. They include those numbers.
So what are the other ones? Because the
Could
ones
be
you highlighted below
whole
are.
bunch of things. So it could be mutual aid. It could be wires down. It could be alarm calls. It could be smoke in a building. It could be a carbon monoxide emergency.
So those are all counting as fire calls on the top.
Exactly. Anything related. And then if you look at that and it says 154 fire and EMS calls, those are calls in which a fire truck and an ambulance need to respond. So most towns, it's really interesting how people track data. A lot of towns tracked up those as 2 calls and they add it to their total. Some towns add inspections and they add training. There's a town 10 miles northwest of us. Every time they have training, they add a run number to their runs. We don't do that. Our run numbers are what I would refer to as like pure run numbers. You know what I mean? We don't take 2 calls for a car accident when a fire truck and an ambulance go. We just take 1. Just another really interesting statistic that's on in here. We have something called full recalls, which are serious emergencies in which the entire department is recalled to come in. Structure fires, car accidents with entrapment, smoke in the building. We did 29 last year. Since January 7th of this year, we've done 17. We're extremely busy right now for whatever reason. Just a lot of coincidences and a whole number of things. We've been really busy so far this year. So unfortunately, yes.
Is that broken down? That's including the other towns? The
It includes
29.
mutual aid calls, yeah.
So you don't have to answer that now, I'm just curious. Out of the 289 fire calls, how many were actually Sherborn specific?
All but about 12 to 15.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes.
Several questions. Are ambulances required to go to a specific ER?
It depends. So.
Because I know a bunch of closed.
Yeah,
So-
Natick's closed. So it depends on the call. For instance, as the chief mentioned, we had a cardiac arrest the other day. If we have a cardiac arrest, somebody that's not breathing, somebody that is having, for instance, on Sunday, we had a gentleman call, difficulty breathing, he had a heart rhythm issue, get his cardioverted in the ambulance, has to go to Framingham. And I will say Framingham,
What are our options?
you can go pretty much within reason anywhere you want. Go to Boston. You can request where you want to go, but if there's a specific medical reason in which we can't go by Framingham, we have like I said, a cardiac arrest, you're not breathing, you're having a heart attack, we got to take it to Framingham. Let's say you fall down your stairs and you hurt your ankle and you want to go to Newton Wellesley, we can take you there. So actually 70% of our transports are going to Newton Wellesley right now.
Do you take people to the city if they want to go to the city?
Yeah, if you have if it's 8 a.m. and it's rush hour,
Yeah.
I might try to talk you out of it, but
Do we charge homeowners for false alarms? They're you know, smoke detector doesn't work or whatever, and you guys are deployed, you show up, there's no issue.
Yeah.
Do we charge homeowners?
No. So there is a town, I believe it falls under what's called the select board policy, in which we can charge after a certain number of times within a
It happens a bunch.
timeframe. It's pretty rare that it happens that often.
We talked about this at my house, is your goal to map the inside of every house in town?
Not every house, so we do all the public buildings, apartment buildings, commercial buildings, and our goal is to do the top 100 as far as square footage,
Got it.
Top 100 homes.
as far as square footage. So I have an Excel spreadsheet of every property in town by square footage. And we want to do those homes.
What does that mapping entail?
So it entails things like electrical and water shutoffs, access issues. So we have computers in every vehicle. And then we have what's called a pre-plan software. So any building in town, we're going to the run right now. We have the town's GIS data in it. So we click on a button when we're en route to your house right now. There's the assessor photo of your home. There's basic floor plans, but what Doug was referring to is for certain properties, we want to have electrical shutoffs and gas shutoffs and all that. If I believe there's a house in Sherborn with an elevator in it, a single family home, stuff like that. So
Just a couple more questions. You mentioned staffing and people on call with pagers. At this moment, how many people are on call?
there's 6.
6. And is that sort of a standard 24/7?
It's 6 from this is a little confusing. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yeah.
6 people with pagers ready to go. But if we pull the trigger for a fire,
Yeah.
we'll get 25. We'll get about 20 to 25 on a weeknight, which is what we need partially because of the water supply issues.
So, I mean, if I'm in the second crew, the next 20 or whatever.
Yeah.
Am I required to like not have wine with dinner or like, I don't, like, are these people all
Yeah,
ready
you
to
can't show up.
go?
You can't show up banged up. You know,
No, I get it, but I mean,
for the people that have the pager, like that are on right now, they have to be like ready to go.
ready to go.
Yeah, and that's in addition to the 2 people at the station right now, for the ambulance, you know.
Can I, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I had a couple of questions, but go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify this.
Yeah.
If I understand it correctly, there are 6 people.
Yeah.
between 6 and 6 who have to show up.
Have to show up.
And then a lot of
Every
other
night.
people who will hear the alert one way or another.
Yes.
And those people typically can't have the option to respond or not, but a lot of them typically do.
It's a legitimate emergency and we put out the call. A number of them will come. Some of them might be at their kid's basketball game in Marlboro, you know, they might be, you know, there's a whole, you know, they might be tied up, but, yeah, we're really good with our responses.
Between 6 and 6,
There's a group that has to show up.
of 6 plus the 2 of the station.
Exactly.
I just had a couple more questions. So a few years ago, I bought my neighbor's house. It was an old house.
Yeah.
I tore it down. I offered it to the town to burn it down.
Yeah.
And they didn't accept it.
If you offered it today, I would burn it.
Well, so you get any real life, you get opportunities like that to burn a house down and do real life training with, you know,
So we
the house on
haven't,
fire?
I've tried, there's been like 4 houses I've tried to get in the last, I've been in the chief a little over 5 years. Really lucky with the relationships that we have with our neighbors, other towns. Whenever they get a house to burn, they call us and we join them. You know, and then we're lucky, our association owns some land adjacent to Odessa, or what's now Carvana on the Framingham line. And if you drive by there, you'll see 4 metal 53-foot containers. We do burns in those too.
So the point is, your training does include some live fire training, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
Last question, obviously, we're not Pacific Palisades with Santa Ana winds. However,
Yeah.
I understand that some of that may have been arson, okay?
Yeah.
And I understand we've had some arson in this town, in the woods, and so forth.
Yeah.
Has anyone done any level of assessment of the vulnerability of our town with all the forest and everything to a catastrophic, fire, like a forest fire that
Yeah.
wipe out the town? Has anyone looked at this?
So we have what's called a hazard, so I'm also the town's emergency management director. And through that position, we have what's called a hazard mitigation plan. And the town's rated high, as are many other area towns,
Rated high, meaning what?
meaning the risk
Risk is high?
high, based on the layout of our homes. I have conversations with the people that manage the larger areas of woods, i.e. the town forest people or the Rocky Narrows people, about things like trail maintenance and all that. But there are some areas that I'm concerned about,
Well, so just, I mean, this is maybe a much longer conversation,
Sure.
but I mean, if the town forest caught on fire.
Yeah.
Like, would we even remotely have the ability to deal with it? Like,
It depends.
I'm just so blown away by what happened in California. It's just,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm now thinking about, could our town have a catastrophic?
I will say
forest
this, if you look at our fire department compared to other fire departments, we are very well prepared for brush fires or forest fires. We had a couple last year.
Can you get in and out of the town forest? Are there?
Yeah, so we have a
fire breaks?
military truck that can, it's called a 5-ton. It was federal surplus property that can drive into the town forest. We have a UTV that can get in there. We have another brush truck that can get into most areas. Other towns do as well. We rely heavily, just like all towns do, on mutual aid. And we're one of the few towns that actually have run cards that says when we go to a brush fire, we need this, just like we do for building fires. Most towns have these run cards for building fires. We have plans on how to move mutual aid for brush fires up to 5 alarms. And most towns don't have that, and we've used it. We used it on Ash Lane. In November, we pulled the second alarm on that. We had a brush fire in Maple Street the morning after, where we had to call mutual aid. And we responded across the state to brush fires that we had in November, partially because of our capabilities.
If I can slip in, I can just add. The Open Space Committee in town has also had conversations, I think including with you, about exactly the concerns which became, I think, particularly salient during the drought in the fall when brush fires were
Right,
popping
yeah.
up. And I think they've been focused on things like trying to make sure, that there are, some of those cart paths are wide enough so that your equipment could get through there. But I think my impression is they would welcome any support for that conversation in town and things, kind of trying to be proactive about thinking about exactly the risk that you've highlighted.
We've also talked with the Department of Conservation and Recreation, but I have to talk to other town committees. We had this discussion over the winter about doing controlled burns in some areas to reduce the risk. But they have to come out and assess those areas if it's safe for them to do that. But that's on our radar.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Next slide, if you don't mind. So again, I just have a few slides on the budget and our capital request, after the slide show, we'll go through them in detail. Just the fire budget highlights. There's a firefighter wage increase due to the increased call volume that we talked about. Some expense increases due to 3-year averages and anticipated expenses in the upcoming fiscal year. The two big ones are training. I think that there's a $1,500 increase that the 3-year average doesn't really cover. We have 55 people. We hire outside instructors to come in for certain topics that I don't have a subject matter expert on, if you will. And we need more money to do that. A, because of the amount of people that we have. B, because of the cost increases that some of these people have. And C, because of some of the new challenges that we've kind of been handed. EV stuff is one that we're covering now. The other one is active shooter training. The department, we're equipped and trained to a level for that, whether we have to respond, God forbid, respond in town or respond to another town. Because if one of those events happens in any one of our neighboring towns, we're going. It's just the way it is. So that there's a protective clothing increase due to the increased cost of the gear, and then pertinent to the discussion that we just had. Our members are not outfitted with brush gear, so gear that they wear to respond to brush fires. And that's something based on the fire season that we had in the fall that we've realized the need to start outfitting our members with that stuff. So we can move on to the next slide. So there's a second budget that I'm presenting to the committee tonight. That's the ambulance budget. There's some significant increases in that budget. I believe it's over 10%, to 12% to one of the lines. That's just a breakdown of why there's such an increase. We can obviously go over more. 9,500 is due to the COLA, 19,000 and change is due to staffing. So as I mentioned, the ambulance is staffed with part-time people. We're really lucky that we can staff an ambulance in our station with 2 people on with part-time employees 24/7. And we do a really good job with that. There's 28 12-hour shifts per week. We're only budgeted to have 26 in quarters and 2 on call. That's basically because of the history of how it's been covered. Tuesday nights and Friday nights had 1 person in the building and 1 person from home. But based on the way the staffing's changed, right now, everybody's in the building. I think for a number of reasons, it's really important to have both people in the building 24/7. And then another 19,700 for EMT pay market adjustments. Our rate is, we pay the EMTs 2107, that's their base rate. There's some incentives for weekends during the summer and some other things. The average in our area for part-time EMTs is 26, with some being 28 or to 29 per hour. The vast majority of our EMTs could go to another nearby town and make over $28 an hour right now. So we're looking to adjust those wages. So next slide, Dan. This is the last one. We're asking for an ambulance, as you can see in our capital plan, just really high level stuff. It was originally scheduled for FY25 due to a number of factors. We moved it to FY26. We formed a committee. We did a lot of research. Current truck is a 2017. There's a bunch of numbers with mileage that we can talk about. That's okay. Lead times are big, and we have a grant underway to cover some of that. I'll get into more of that later. So I think that's it with the slideshow.
Okay, so go to fire department operating
Yep.
budget. Okay. Wait 1 second.
Yeah.
We're asking to boost it from 21 to 23.
Yeah.
First of all, how do we get people that will
Yeah.
for 23 instead of 20 to 29? Secondly, why wouldn't we be trying to go to 28 or 29 to?
I would love it if we could, but every dollar that you add to the EMT wages is about $18,000 for the budget, because there's 2 people. You know, if you raised a regular 40-hour per week position $1, it's about a $2,000 per year increase. But because there's 2 people there, 24/7, 365, the impact is bigger. And part of the reason why we can keep people and get people, you know, we're going to have issues, I think, in the future with the rate that we have right now, which is why we're asking for that increase. But part is the training that we do, I think the culture that we have and the group that we have. So yep. Good question. So the fire budget, a lot of 2.5% COLA increases. As I mentioned, the call wages is going up 5.87% due to the increased in run volume that we've had year over year.
I have a question on that, Chief.
Yes.
On the 4 and 5, it looked like the number of hours is the same on that, on the on-call firefighters, EMTs, but the hourly rate changed.
So
25.
I noticed that about 90 minutes before this meeting.
Okay.
So there's no set hourly rate for that account. There's a number of different rates that come out of that account, similar to like police overtime, if you will, right? So there's an increase in the total dollar amount because we're spending more. There's no increase in a rate, if you will, you know, so it's just our burn rate has gone up. I think there might have been a programming error with the spreadsheet. So for that number to come
So
up.
the firefighter wages, right, the 5.87% is like $7,900.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's not because of a rate increase, it's just like you
Yeah.
need that much more to.
We're burning through more hours because of an increase in calls.
Okay.
So,
And your best guess is the higher call volume persist.
But, based on the month that we've had, again, it's kind of an anomaly. Kind of wish I asked for a little more. But honestly, if you look at what we spent over the last 5 weeks, but again, it's likely an anomaly. Geez, we submitted this budget 2.5 months ago. You know what I mean? It seems like we're in for a busy year. But we'll see how it shakes out. So, yeah. So, any questions on the salaries for the fire budget? I'll move on to expenses then. Vehicle maintenance, we're up $1,000. The 3-year average is higher, but we had a really bad year in FY22 with the vehicle maintenance. We're just seeing an increase in costs. All of our trucks are now out of warranty for most of the major components. So there's an increase there. Similar discussion with equipment maintenance. That's up $500. Our air packs. We have 31 air packs, SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus. Those are also out of warranty now. Those are approaching 5 years old. So certain parts that just won't be covered in maintaining them. So,
But more importantly,
yeah,
do they still work?
oh yeah. They just actually so every year they get tested and there's PMs on them. That actually happened yesterday, and everything's in service. Everything's good to go.
Good.
When you go to a fire, or occasionally during training, and you're banging people around a building, things can get torn or
Yeah,
break
sure.
sometimes, and this fixes those. So yeah. Increase in training, as I mentioned, it's 18.75% or $1,500. As I mentioned, that's to hire outside training instructors that come in, and we also send people with conferences occasionally with that money, but the increase is due to hiring people to come in and do different trainings with the members. So,
Can you explain the protective clothing increase? That seems like.
yeah, so that's a big one. So when I started, that number, or maybe the year after I started, that number was actually 19,000. And through efficiencies and the way we track the gear, the replacement schedule that we have, we get that number down. Unfortunately, the costs have really skyrocketed with some of the gear. And $2,000 of that $4,500 increase are due to that. And then the other $2,500 is to acquire brush gear for our members. We don't have any gear. It's kind of become the standard in the industry where this specific gear that they wear for brush fires.
What's different about brush gear, just for those of us?
It's not as thick, it's not as heavy, it's not as cumbersome. There's an issue with wearing structural gear into the woods. And if, you kind of like tear it up on like stumps or rocks or whatever, and then it's out of service for a house call, so there's a big expense to sending firefighters in the woods with structural gear. And it also kind of wears them out. The structural gear is heavy, so, yeah.
How many, sorry. How many, you have 55
Yeah.
basically on staff. So how many does this account for? Because we had
So,
turnout gear
It's
last
about
year.
7 or 8 sets. We're going to apply for a grant. It's coming up in a matter of weeks that we're likely to get. Won't cover the whole department, but then we're going to need money in here to acquire sets for like new people that come along and they don't fit into an existing set from somebody that moves on or whatever. So that other $2,500 is going to be really to maintain that inventory of gear. So,
Okay.
Grant is supposed to cover the majority.
it will. Yeah.
Is the brush gear big enough to be capital versus expense, or?
If we didn't get the grant, it would be. But, that $2,500 wouldn't be. But for some reason, if we didn't get that grant, I'd come back next year with the capital request, and that would be over the $25,000 threshold based on the number of people that we have, so.
Stephen?
Quick question.
Yeah.
The NFPA certification.
Yeah.
Can you just talk a little bit about what that is and when it happened?
Yeah, so that covers a number of things. It covers the air pack testing we just talked about. Covers new employee physicals, they're $800 a pop now. It's not just a normal doctor's visit, they have to have, chest x-rays, blood work, an EKG, whole host of tests when they get on the phone. It covers the testing and certification of all ground ladders at the department, the aerial ladder on our ladder truck, the pumps of each apparatus. There's preventative maintenance involved with that also, and the ladders. And we get all of our hose we have 19,000 feet of hose. We get every foot of it tested by an outside vendor every year. That includes that. I'm probably missing, the jaws of light get tested in accordance with NFPA recommendation.
So most of this stuff, of these physical tests, other than the human tests, because you don't know when they're gonna happen, these scheduled like in the spring and summer.
Exactly. Yeah, so the air packs get done January, pretty much January of each year, and then the ladders, the hose, the pumps, and everything get done in the spring. So, yeah. Yes,
Okay, so do you ever anticipate any of the, not salaries, but any like cost decrease on any of these?
on any line items?
For example, drinking water or station supplies, radios and pagers,
Yep. Any decreases?
right?
We've already decreased some of them, like I believe the radios and pagers was more, but see now.
Same.
Holbrook covers new radios and pagers for us through the dispatch grant. This line is to buy batteries for radios and pagers now, or like a microphone if one gets
I'm just saying 1,400, that's all.
I just,
Or
I
18 and
think,
18.
I think it was higher previously than last year. And we lowered it because we weren't spending it because of the Holbrook grant money that we get annually, so. But there's nothing that I could see, based on inflation, we've been hit pretty hard with inflation and other cost increases, not just us, obviously, the industry. There's no expense that I see going down right now, unfortunately.
Thank you.
So, any other questions? Nope. Anything on the fire? Okay.
Want to do ambulance?
Ambulance, yeah.
I have one question going back to your survey. It sounds like you really have your pulse on public safety, right? Given the number of rescues you do.
Yeah.
So I was curious, if you have any recommendations about things like dangerous intersections or things for us as a town to consider.
So the accidents, I gotta be honest, that's a great question. If you look at we just used the jobs last Monday on Coolidge Street. We're good for an accident on Coolidge Street every other year. A lot of them since I've been here have been due to drunk driving. We had a really bad one. It was a 60-minute extrication about 2 or 3 years ago on Coolidge Street. There was I believe some drinking and driving involved with that.
It's not the infrastructure of the town, though, it sounds.
No, it's been more caused by the driver, if you will. West, we did one at North Main. Somebody was having a medical emergency and crashed their car and flipped over. We did one on Washington Street. We did one on Western Ave last year. That was a fatal, unfortunately. But speed and alcohol were a factor in that. That was last January. So there's no, we track data on where the accidents happen, where we do those things. There's no like one particular area, unfortunately.
But over here, that's probably gone down. Maple and.
Yeah, so we haven't, since the roundabout's been there, we haven't gone to one wreck there. Sorry.
Yeah, and actually, every other week, both chiefs, myself and Sean meet. We have a Monday meeting. This is the kind of thing we talk about, so that happens twice a month. And there's a public safety advisory committee that's formed by the select board that also the chiefs are on.
Actually, really good to hear that there's a good process for that. That's great to hear, Jim.
That's a good point. Yeah.
All of this collective information, we do pull it together.
Good question. Ambulance, I just gotta flip to that sheet. As I said, slideshow. Obviously, the big increase is the EMT compensation, 12.61%. About 9,500 and changes the COLA, the 2.5% COLA, 19,000 is at staffing. So we have 28 shifts a week on the ambulance. 2 of them were budgeted to be on call, having one on-call person and one there. There's a lot of reasons why that's not a good thing. Those were night shifts. It's pretty dangerous for our people to drive the ambulance to somebody's house overnight when it's dark and to back it into somebody's driveway alone in the dark without a spotter. That's an issue. The other big one is walk-in medicals. So it's funny, we've done four walk-in medicals since last Tuesday. So what a walk-in medical is, somebody gets in their car or they're just driving down 16 and they see the big red doors and they pull in and for help. It's really not a good thing if there's one EMT at the station when that happens, and then the other one has to respond from home. Just to give you an idea, we had a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, we had a woman pulling in labor. I was doing an inspection on Maple Street, which isn't that far from the station. I got in my car, put the lights and siren on, and went back to the station, and the ambulance was gone by the time I got there because there were 2 people there, and they put her in the ambulance and they pedal to the metal. Time is of the essence when these things happen. So I think it's time that we get away from doing that. And again, that's how the ambulance is really being staffed right now, based on who's working the shifts right now. We have people in the building.
What do you mean get away from it? If people walk in, what do you do?
No, we get away from having people on call for the ambulance.
You want to have,
apologize.
you want to have 2 people in the building all
2
the
people in the
time.
building.
Now I understand.
So we're required to have 2 people assigned to the ambulance 24/7 by law. So 2 out of the 28 shifts a week had a person on call instead of being there. The $19,000 increase for that is paying the person to be in the building. So now that's a good thing. This has happened over the last several years. There's been a transition of how the shifts are covered. So now we're 100% budgeted to be in the building, which is where we want to be. So that's a good thing.
Was it a boy or a girl?
It was a boy. And it happened just after they got to the hospital. So when a baby gets born in the ambulance, we have to put a stork sticker on the side.
No.
We didn't get to do it for that one, so, because they were late, they were a couple minutes early to the hospital.
I've seen that.
Yeah,
I wondered what that was.
yeah, that's why. So it's if a baby gets born.
I delivered somebody to the hospital. And now I wish I would have dropped them off at the
Yeah,
fire
it happens
station
when we-
because the baby was born about 5 minutes after I dropped her off.
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway, no, good to know.
You just missed out getting a stork sticker.
I know,
on
I
your
could have a
car.
stork sticker, yeah.
Laura, did you have a question?
No.
Stephen?
Just as a point of information.
Yeah.
What's been the history of towns subcontracting out to third parties, the ambulance service, as opposed to maintaining it themselves?
That's a great question. It depends on the size of the community. Very few small communities like Sherborn do that. It's typically, Framingham does it. Wellesley does it. I'm trying to think of the smallest town I can think of. It's usually like Wellesley size. And there's a reason for that. It's expensive to do it for a town like Sherborn. You wouldn't think it would be expensive because it's a small town. But the private ambulance service relies on revenue. How much revenue is generated by the ambulance to be in business. So for instance, Brewster's in Framingham, they don't pay anything. Framingham doesn't pay anything because Brewster makes so much money because Framingham's a city and they generate enough revenue. A town next to us did a study on this 5 or 6 years ago. And their cost estimate was in the 7 figures. It was over $1 million to put a private ambulance in their fire station.
There is no capital requirement.
There's no capital requirement, but you also lose out on the revenue that our ambulance makes, which is projected to be 170,000 in FY '26.
So right, so there isn't enough volume of calls to
Yeah.
subcontract it out. Nobody really is interested in it, so they price it out.
Exactly, so you'd pay, let's say it's $1 million, you'd pay $1 million, and then you'd also give them 170,000 in revenue. You know what I mean? So. But I think basically towns that I can think of off the top of my head sitting here, obviously. Milford does it, they have 40,000 people. It's somewhat rare. And then you also, if you do that, you also lose out on the way that the ambulance supports the fire department. So right now, there's two EMTs in the building, both firefighters. So if God forbid, a house fire comes in right now, it reduces the engine response time by 4 to 5 to 6 minutes. So they're waiting for one person or two people instead of 3 or 4, based on where the people live. That's a huge benefit to the town. So, but it's a great question, though. So.
I've never been accused of doing that before. So thank you.
And then, as I talked about, there's also an increase for compensation, as we discussed, to bring the rate up from 21 and change to 23 and change.
Does it feel like that's going to be enough, or do you think next year?
I think next year we're going to do
Have
something
to do
similar,
something
or maybe it might not be the same. Maybe we do some different incentives. You know, I have some ideas on how to do that. Unfortunately, they'll be financial, of course. But I think getting the base rate north of 23 this year will be big. I don't think the EMT, with the exception of the COLA increases, we haven't adjusted them, I think, since 2019 or 2020.
You said kind of the average rate in this part of Massachusetts is kind of high 20s.
Mid 20s. But I think what's in there, what I did say was, there's other agencies near us paying 28 or 29, which is trouble.
Tell them to stop.
Yeah, right?
When the budget was sent out for this department, the Form 5 wasn't included.
For the ambulance?
Yeah.
It's because there's no, like every other department, there's like positions,
Right.
if you will, where that just pays part-time EMTs. They all get the same rate, if you will. The number of them fluctuates, right? Based on, for instance, if we have a couple extra shifts where there's not somebody permanently assigned, and there's other people picking them up as extra shifts, we don't fill them, but if we can't fill them, then I'll hire an extra person. The only additional cost for hiring an extra person is a cost of a physical, some uniform items, but there's no additionally budgeted cost, if you will.
These are all employees.
They are,
Although they're part-time.
part-time employees, yeah.
What else are these folks doing, Jack?
It depends. So every day, basically, there's some sort of training, there's maintenance. So
Well, meaning if they're only working part-time here, are they,
where do they work?
yeah, are they filling in part-time in another
Yeah,
town?
we're really lucky.
Variety of things, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, so we have doctors, lawyers, college professors. We have about 11 or 12 people that work full-time for other fire departments, that work part-time for us, which is a great benefit to have in cities large and large cities and small towns and what have you. They work, we have people that work at Boston EMS. We have 3 of them. People that work for Quincy EMS.
Are any of these folk paramedics?
A number of them are.
And there's not a rate differential for a paramedic versus an EMT basic or?
No, because we're a basic life support ambulance.
So what, by virtue of them not being a paramedic, what can't the EMT do that a paramedic could do?
So there's a few things. There's certain, a paramedic can give an IV and give certain medications. They can do certain breathing. They can do a full-blown intubation. We can do some advanced airway stuff. We're specially licensed to do that, Sherborn specifically. And cardiac monitoring. Those are so what happens is we have a BLS ambulance. We'll get a run and our BLS ambulance responds immediately. If it's an ALS call, depending on where it is in town, we'll call for the closest out-of-town ALS unit. We send our BLS ambulance. Our average response time is 5 or 6 minutes. That's our 50th percentile time. Our 90th percentile is right about 8 minutes.
Yeah, that's basic
Basic life
life
support. Yeah.
ALS is advanced.
Advanced. Yep.
Do the EMTs, do they live in Sherborn?
They're at the station. They work out of the fire station.
There's like 12 of them, that right? Oh, so you're saying when they're on call, they're in the station.
Yeah, when they're working, they're at the station,
And so there's not anybody else that's on call from home.
not for the ambulance. There is for fire response, but not for EMS. Yeah, good question. though.
To follow up on that,
Yeah.
can you just go over, you have essentially a waiting list, so going back to fire/ambulance. So if you want to just expound on that a little bit.
We have a waiting list for fire, not for EMS, so that we're really lucky. We get a lot of applications primarily from continuous communities. So, to be called firefighters. We have gotten, a number of Sherborn residents recently, which is really good. Some of them are in the academy right now. We have a couple more starting soon, hopefully. And we're really lucky. Recruitment on the on-call fire side nationally is down substantially. And I think because of the social media that we do, I think the reputation of the department, a number of other things, the people that we have and their networking, we're able to keep that staffed.
Thank you.
So, yes.
Is there an idea of moving to advanced life support for the ambulance?
So that's a good question. We actually internally, me and the EMS coordinator, we analyze that every year. There's a number of things that we look at, call volume, the responses that we get from the other towns, we request ALS, and a number of other things. If, based on our current runs, we do a lot of ALS calls, about 120 a year. It's only one every few days. We do a lot of BLS calls. It'd be a substantial, there's a cost for that, right? And I don't know if the voters in this committee and the select board are ready to stomach what that cost would be for that service that we're already getting. It's delayed, but you get a BLS ambulance there, and then that ALS comes down the street later, it'd be a couple $100,000 to make that.
What communities around here have ALS?
Everybody except for Dover. Allison just made the transition in October. They're not fully staffed at the ALS level, but they have 3 years to become staffed 24/7.
And that would mean having all paramedics rather than EMTs.
A combination of both.
Combination.
So that means there's at least one paramedic.
One paramedic
run.
on the run, yeah.
Exactly.
Does that increase revenue?
It wouldn't for us because we already, it wouldn't. So for Sherborn calls, it wouldn't. We already bill at the ALS rate when we get the paramedics and we pay them a fee. So that fee would go away. What it would increase is the revenue for mutual aid calls. We would do more mutual aid calls and there'd be an increase in revenue for that. There is one issue with more mutual aid calls. It's
Less staff.
Because
the ambulance won't be here for us,
Else,
right? We already do mutual aid calls. If somebody calls for whatever we have and it's available, we have to go. But we do about 20 mutual aid medicals a year now. If we were ALS, I think it'd be 100, 150. And I'm not opposed to that, but we have one ambulance. And I think it would increase the odds of it not being here for you when you needed it. Which is kind of the idea.
Hell with that.
What's that?
Hell with that.
So that's another thing that we consider with ALS, though. What would that do to our availability for immediate ambulance response? So, any other questions on the salaries?
Just we're kind of expecting that to go up again next year, probably, that line item.
Yeah.
And compensation.
The other thing that we look at is what other agencies are doing. We look at that every year. So I do think that systematically it does need to be increased. But again, it's a lot to do it at once. So we're trying to plan it out.
Appreciate you spreading that out.
We try to, when we can. So there's one significant expense increase on the ambulance budget, and that's quality assurance. There's a $3,200 line that's new. We actually had a $4,000 line in FY21 that we were able to zero out. Every single medical call that we do, there's a run report generated. It's pretty substantial. And every single run report that we do has to be assessed as to the quality of the report, and they look for issues with that medical or whatever. We were able to do that in-house because we had somebody certified and working an ambulance shift doing it. But he still works for us, but he can't work an ambulance shift anymore. So he doesn't have the time to do it, if you will, so we have to outsource that to a consultant. It's $3,200. That's why we have that increase. It's required. The ambulance service and the ambulance itself gets inspected every other year. It's coming up this June. Penn's actually sat through it before. It's an all-day affair. And that's one of the things that we're required to do.
It's interesting, it's fascinating.
Anything else on the ambulance budget? So I
Cell
guess,
phones are dropping down to zero.
yeah, so that entire cost now is covered in the fire budget. We're through.
It just transfer revenue is consolidated in the fire.
Yeah, we just through reducing lines and finding, efficiencies with the way we build that over the last couple of years. Cell phone, like the police, we have a computer in every vehicle. There's only one cell phone in the department, that's mine, but all the rest are the data plans for the computers in the trucks.
On the revenue piece, the 170, so it looks like that hasn't changed much for a number of years.
Yeah.
So with all of inflation and everything more expensive, any thoughts about billing and what's the rate that's getting billed and?
Great question. So we raised the rates in 2022, I believe, off the top of my head. We have the highest rates around. There might be now one town or maybe two towns in the region that are higher than us. We're definitely higher than the average. We've looked at raising the rates, but what's happening is we talked to our billing. We have a billing company that assists us with billing patients for the ambulance calls. What's happening is insurance companies are paying a contracted rate. So, for instance, Brewster is a big ambulance company in the region, right? They have hundreds of ambulances. If Aetna has a contracted rate with Brewster for, let's say, $2,200, and we charge $2,500, they're paying us $2,200 because that's the going rate in the region. We're still going after the other $300, but it depends on the patient. The patient has to help us do that. It's the way that the law is structured around that. It's very complicated. And that's happening more and more. So it's really hard to raise revenue. Just for the committee's information, the revenues there's three things that need to happen to generate revenue. Number one, you got to get an ambulance call. So it depends on call volume. It depends on if the person wants to get transported or not. So if we go to a medical and we don't transport the person, we can't bill. If we do transport them, it depends on what type of insurance they have. If they have private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, just to give you some quick numbers, private insurance for BLS medical, we bill about $1,800 to the insurance company. If they have Medicare and Medicaid, it's about $500. And that's governed by law. There's nothing we can do about it. So we've spent a lot of time over the years trying to see how we can make more revenue, and short of like causing car accidents and all that is really so when you make the road safer,
You are being recorded.
you reduce revenue when you make the roads safer. I'm only joking, but yeah.
Remember, we talked about this one time in the past, part of the problem with Sherborn, and this may be why it's a little bit flat, is the portion of the population that are billing at the Medicare rates is growing.
It is growing, yeah. I'm really glad you mentioned that. A lot of other towns have seen increases in revenue, but they've added nursing homes, they've added several hundred unit senior housing, things like that. That's why they've increased. So we haven't added.
Our year-to-date number is a little bit higher this year than it has been, so
Yeah.
there's a good possibility this year will be higher, but it's hard to predict.
Yeah, right. I don't know if that'll be a trend or not, because it's just happening now, so.
Else. All right, on to capital items.
Yeah, capital. So about every 10 years, we come before the town for an ambulance related capital item. Usually our capital requests are related to fire. And this year we're requesting an ambulance. We have one ambulance. It's gonna be 8 years old this year. The biggest issue with buying an ambulance is it takes about 3 years to get one right now. The ambulance was on the capital improvement plan for last year. We bumped it back to this year because the build time was going down towards closer to 2 years. We pushed it back a year. We said, oh, we can wait another year. Unfortunately, since we did that, the build rate has kind of climbed back up. And that's based on the number of orders of ambulances in the nation. You know, that's what's dictating the build time for an ambulance. Again, our ambulance is 10 years old. Sherborn's, historically, the life expectancy of an ambulance in Sherborn has been 10 years. Our ambulance, by the time we get a new one here and completely outfitted and in service, our ambulance will be 11 years old. We estimate, again, because it's a few years out, it's going to have about 100,000 miles on it. It's going to have something like, I have the number here, my apologies. Another problem with the ambulance is engine hours. What happens is the ambulance responds to a call at your home, and it idles for it could be a few hours at your home, transport you to the hospital, idles at the hospital, depending on what the call is and where you're going, and a whole host of factors determines that idle time. So our current ambulance, when I put this together over a couple months ago at 5,600 engine hours, it's probably up to 58 or 5,900 now. Engine hours are big as far as wear and tear on the engine components, so it's important to consider that. We formed a 7-member committee internally. We worked for several months. We went and looked at other ambulances in other towns. We ended up choosing the same vendor, which we have our current ambulance. So it's basically the same ambulance with some adjustments to the truck itself. But I'd be happy to take any questions. Any questions at all? I can talk about it all night. Sorry.
Is the existing ambulance, does it have any monetary value once it goes out? It becomes, it's not something that gets sold or?
Great question. So every time I come before this committee,
Expensive.
I know, right? Every time I come before this committee, we have like a concrete plan of what we're gonna do with the vehicle that we have. And I don't right now, and there's a very good reason why. If we were to trade it in, they'd give us 12,000 for it, which is ridiculous, okay? So there's two options. We auction it off, or we keep it as a spare when the time comes. There's a reason for that. When our ambulance goes out of service, we have to borrow an ambulance temporarily through mutual aid from another town. So for instance, Ashland has 3 ambulances, Holliston has 3, and Medway have 3. They have 2 in service, and then they have a spare. Because we only have 1, if I have to send that to North Attleboro, which is the dealer to get the oxygen system repaired or what have you, I have to borrow one from another town.
You did just recently.
We just did recently. It's happened numerous times over the last several years. There's an issue with that, and that's availability. So to give you an example, we were borrowing Medways 6 months ago. I had it for 24 hours, and they called me and they said, we need it back. They had an ambulance get into an accident, one of their other ambulances. So I called Ashland. I'm like, you have one, because Medways is better shape than Ashland, so nothing against Ashland. So, and they did, luckily. But we're the only, one of the very, very few towns in the region that only has one.
Did they charge you for that or no charge?
It seems like a no-brainer for them, and it'd be $12,000 to keep it in reserve. But
Where-
you kept it in reserve basically and didn't use it very lightly. What's the maintenance, ongoing maintenance of that?
So that's the kicker, right?
Operating cost.
That's why I haven't made a decision right now, because it's 3 years out.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to
Yeah,
assess
sure.
that ambulance. I would if we were to keep it as a spare, I would keep it in service as an
Keep it in
ambulance.
service.
I'll tell you why. We have the one ambulance, when it goes out, and we have another medical in town, which actually happened where you're sitting on Friday. We had a lady sitting right there, and we had a second medical. Our ambulance was on a run. We had a medical here in this room. We send a fire engine to the call with EMTs on it, and we call for an out-of-town ambulance. So we called Millis. In that case, they were available. Ashland, Framingham were busy. So we could do those runs and get that revenue that we now give away when that happens. And I think that would, again, depending on the condition that this ambulance is in 3 years, that would cover the cost of keeping that ambulance in service, that revenue. And it would be, and the town would be much safer.
Sounds like it kind of comes down to
It's just gonna depend.
how old is it, how much it's gonna cost to keep it.
Exactly.
We're gonna keep it because the farm is filled to capacity with equipment, with vehicles.
We could move things around at Station 1. So
We can.
the UTV could go behind engine 2, we could use it up the back door, vice versa.
Okay, all right, so it would be covered.
It'd be
and
very tight, but.
It'll be tight, yeah.
They're, you might get 30,000, maybe.
Not,
It's a gamble.
not a huge amount.
It's a gamble. It just depends on who's looking for it, at the time and a whole host of other things.
It also seems like maybe the new one might last even longer if you have a spare that you're also using.
Could be the case.
We would need, and you're the one who had the great question. I just had a good question, so you should go first.
My experience has been if you keep it in service, you really have to keep it in service. You can't
Yeah.
say, I'm gonna, park it over there and
Yeah,
see what happens. It has to be probably rotated through
yeah.
to make sure it's properly stocked, it's functioning.
A number of towns do that. If they have a spare, they'll put it in service a few days a month just to get it going, you know what I mean? Ambulances that are in service have to be stored indoors. Every truck down there is checked every other day or so. We would keep it on that cycle.
So there's a cost to it. It's not.
There was a cost, yeah. Yeah, so. Yes, sir.
But when you were suggesting keeping it in service, it was rotating it in and not in parallel with a separate crew.
Yeah, so what would happen is if we get, just like right now, if we get a second medical call, the pages go off, and the people would go, whoever's available in the area would go get the ambulance and respond with it.
Okay.
Wouldn't be staffed in quarters.
Right, that's, yeah.
Good question.
Damn it, I'm waiting to ask it.
You have a lot of great.
Uh-huh.
Trying so hard
Still
to
got
be,
an
you know,
hour
the
left.
trying so hard to be the teacher's pet. It's.
Yeah.
Say term expired.
That's fine.
Other,
Quality, but you get quantity.
Yeah,
other questions for Zach on ambulance stuff? Okay.
The other item we
Have a
have,
budget, did they vote?
Oh,
on
yes,
certain-
Oh, yes, they did. And they
And-
voted 3-0 in favor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
we did for the next item too, which is a CPR machine. So something that might be helpful for this, if you go to the last photo in the packet I gave you, there's a photo of one in use on a mannequin. So we would install a Lucas CPR device on the ambulance. When we go to a cardiac arrest for an adult, we use this device. Unfortunately, we've used it like now 25 times in the last 5 years. Does chest compressions. It's really important in the cardiac arrest. We have to move the people to the ambulance, and you can't really do chest compressions while you're carrying somebody down a set of stairs or putting them in the truck. And continuous CPR is like the key to survival from one of those events. And that's why we have this device. It's reaching the end of its useful life in the sense that the manufacturer will no longer service it. It has to be serviced every year according to our ambulance inspection by the state. So they're no longer going to support our machine after this year, which is why we didn't do one. We did apply for a grant for one, a federal grant. We will run that in May or so. So if we get the grant, we won't spend the money that's appropriated for this. It's that simple.
What would you plan to do to spend? You're just waiting
Waiting for the grant. If we didn't get the grant and it was after town meeting.
Okay. I've actually seen a video of this being used on a patient. I can tell you, it's a good thing he'll be unconscious when they put you in it
jeez.
because it's a really scary looking thing. Wow, it's like, this thing pounds on you.
It really is, but it's effective.
Yeah.
So but it is scary.
Small technical thing.
Yeah.
So the ask was 29K, the bid looked like it was 27. Is that just building in contingency or is there
It's
some
gonna
other
be an
piece?
increase in March.
So it's just anticipating.
So, but yeah, we knew that going into it, so, yeah,
This is only for use of adults.
adults, yeah.
So in those cases with children, when you're moving them, you just do the compressions?
Yeah,
It's
you know, I hate to-
less of a pressure.
Yeah. It's
It's like 2 fingers on a baby.
It's
or
easier
something.
logistically to do,
Yeah.
you know, unfortunately, but yeah, so.
Anything else for Zach?
Cost for an ambulance is going to be going up over the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, they,
Right, so the quote that you have, even though it's going to take 3 years to build it, it will be that quote that we're getting this year, right?
Yes.
So it's not going to charge us while we're waiting.
They
We're not
won't.
going to raise the price while we're waiting for them to build it.
yeah, and there's some contingency, like, so, for instance, our ambulance has what's called a power load stretcher, which is basically a system where you slide the stretcher over the truck and the system like hold them into the angle required by law in Massachusetts now. There's a contingency built in for expected increases in that system over 3 years, but but we have additional with this request. So say, you know, they're predicting a 7% increase in, you know, 2027, and it ends up being 10%. We have this money built in for that. So there might be some small differences like that, but not large ones overall, if you will. So but that's a good question. So.
And capital budget said yes. to this,
Yes.
right? Yeah, okay.
Hmm.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chief.
So,
all right.
one last.
Yeah, sure.
Are there events in town where someone from the fire department, because of head count, must be on premise or during construction period when a system is taken down, there has to be a fire marshal?
Yeah.
An ambulance has to be at a sporting event. And are there fees associated with that? That is in addition to the 170, or is that part of the 170?
It's separate. So I'll give you 2 examples. The Heritage, Fireside had a sprinkler issue 2 weeks ago, where the sprinkler system had to be shut down, and I had to put a firefighter in the building for 5 days.
Right.
So they get what's called a detail rate. The business pays the detail rate. The town does get a 10% admin fee. Goes to the general fund. Right, Deb?
Yeah, that's
Goes to the general.
So
fund.
that for them to be there, they're assigned by the town, but it's being paid to them directly, essentially.
Yeah, we pay them, but it basically is. It goes through us, if you will. Just like a police detail would. And then there are certain events. The Farm Pond triathlon comes to mind, where they apply for a permit from the town to hold the event, and I sign off on those things, and I say, you need firefighters there.
So it's a detail.
It's a detail.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Very helpful.
Thank you.
So I'm going to suggest we take like a 3 to 5 minute break. Let's call it 5 minutes. Let's start up at 9:25 for everybody on Zoom, and then we'll pick up on the remaining budgets.
I'll never say turn off the recording.
I anticipated 2 of the schools so far. I'm waiting on
So
2 have already said, yeah, they've already called today, because it's going to be during the writing hours. That's going to be.
Yeah.
They're private, but they're local, one's in Millis. Well, one is. It's not local, but I don't know. When we get my girls go to a Natick, they go to, St. Benedict, and then. So y'all, I was saying,
Take a nap.
we actually went that weekend because I was starting. I was like, you need to go somewhere closer that has like a mass that is like, about an hour and 20. I was
Under $2,500 kind of take.
The Sherborn have a fixed report, but apparently there was negative activity.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
For, yeah, and then graders. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna reach that next year, year after, because that age, we dropped it back to 8th grade. Here's that budget.
Long wait, huh, Dave?
The
price I paid for
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Was it,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
You know, it's a lot, it is late.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, 20 minutes past my bedtime.
Yeah.
This is like 2 hours.
Yeah. There you go.
It's like, long recall last night.
Planning board? We on planning board?
Yeah.
Except when you pull yourself out of bed and say.
Let me be a volunteer, I hit the age.
Oh, you reached out, right? Are you wild now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I remember. It's on me.
It's a good rule.
You know, so.
Yeah, because around 17,
Sometimes I'm
like, long days.
When, today?
you know.
Probably Sunday?
She goes,
Well, Jim said he did it. Oh, bill her an extra quarter. Didn't know that we had paid over bill.
they don't call me. They don't call me.
Kids over.
Not everybody. And I don't think I got an email.
Well, Tish isn't here this month, so I'm kind of off my.
I don't care. Listen, I.
So it's, and then there's something on that side.
That's one thing. Wiring.
Yeah, I'm tired of calling.
Fires. Last few years.
Yeah.
And they're not extremely appreciative.
No, and like, some people like work down, much.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, I have a friend who transfers out of Belmont Public and didn't advise her.
Yeah. Well, you know what, that's, it's, you know, we come, but it's a good thing.
Probably. Thank you. Where is that?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like Julia kept
What did she say?
spraying.
He's
Like,
himself.
understand why the fire detector went off, but then the service called the fire.
Exactly.
You know, they would have been.
Yeah, especially, I think it's one of those carbon monoxide.
Yeah, yeah,
You know, and it's.
Just watching her face and you're like, I'm like, this is like.
Any cars versus
But I do think no.
fireplaces.
Oh, yeah, like, she'll tell you the history of the cemeteries.
So in our
It's a
town.
good investment.
Natural gas prices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of nice.
It'll get through.
I've been up there, I was up there last March, April.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's been around, she's been doing it for a long, long
Pretty
time.
impressive up there.
Who else is on with her?
What was that?
Who else is on with her? Catherine?
Ellen
Ellen
Huffman
Huffman
and Jean.
It depends on the amount of how it looks.
Yeah, so saying that he's having a hard time getting Jean to.
So you'll be alerted very quickly.
Except the woman who owns it. Yes.
Thank you.
When you get through tonight.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. You remember there's one from AA though?
No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, my son is there. His wife.
Especially this.
Yeah, some of these,
But the house.
All right, why don't we get going again? Let's get started.
Well, yeah, well, you know, it's.
All right, let's get going. Deb, are you, we're gonna do employee, are we doing this? Or?
Did you want to do Jeremy? Or want me to?
I can give you a summary.
Okay.
Right.
OPEB is a budget line, so that's the other post-employment benefits. Sherborn chose to have an operating budget line that contributes to the OPEB trust fund. This is the line item that does that. It's $100,000 that's contributed annually to the OPEB trust fund. Current balance of the OPEB trust is about $3.5 million. Other communities do it as a one-off appropriation, more like capital, whereas Sherborn chose to do it by way of an actual budget line. So at some point in the future, when your OPEB liability and your trust fund balance are the same, you could eliminate this budget line. Currently, the OPEB liability is assessed. It is an actual actuarial valuation that's done every couple of years.
2 years, every
2 years. We just completed it last September, and actually, the town's OPEB liability went down. It was reduced by about $3.5 million. It currently sits at $8.7 million is the OPEB liability that needs to be reported on the town's balance sheets. So that change was primarily due to several retirees going from being covered under the town's private insurance to being covered under Medicare.
Can I ask a question? So this is basically a funded liability. We have a liability for retired employees. It's currently 8.7 is the liability. But we've got a fund of 3.5. So talk me through how you get from one to the other. Like it's built every year, or where does the
Currently, there are two different numbers. So there's the liability of 8.7 million that's there.
That would probably be due over
A
15
period of
years or
time.
something.
It's a requirement that this liability be reported on our
Right.
balance sheet. Doesn't necessarily translate into an actual expense every year. The actual expense is essentially built in your operating budget under the health insurance line where the retiree health insurance is paid. Just like the town employees' health benefits are paid.
So, right, this is in the past. Benefits were extended,
Yeah, no, I get it.
creating a liability that wasn't funded.
I'm trying to figure out, do we have the notorious unfunded liability?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's there. So what can happen at some point is that your OPEB trust can be used as a revenue source to pay for the cost of your retiree.
Right now that,
The point is, they're being paid now out of the town budget.
Yeah.
And so and how is this trust administered, and is it growing and making any money, or?
Yeah. It's administered, Pam can speak more to that, but it's invested and it does have market gain. Currently, it's not utilized for anything other than to offset the OPEB liability, which helps with the town's bond rating for borrows funds. That helps us maintain that.
Can you give us 30 seconds? Like, what are the annual returns for the last 5 years? Like, how's that trust doing?
I don't have that information with me. I can get it to you guys.
That'd be super helpful, because I
Yeah.
mean, if it's not funding current liabilities, I'm just wondering, do we have like the famous endowment model where we're investing across asset classes with a professional manager and making
Yes, we are.
20% a year
Yeah,
as
we use
opposed to like
Bartholomew.
bond returns?
Pam, there are some state requirements for how that is invested. It's not, we don't actually have a lot of latitude for how it's
Right.
invested. Is that right?
Mhm.
That is correct. And it's actually, at town meeting, we're proposing that the town adopt a prudent investor statute, which would give the town more leeway as far as how these various structures. That's it.
And the contributions being made to the OPEB, for the OPEB trust fund are on a path to buy 2036 or something to fund that liability. I don't recall
Yeah, I mean,
the
it really
timing.
depends. I mean, the valuation really swung well,
Right.
2 years over 2 years, just, was reduced by 3.5 million. So as that liability changes and
The time,
growth in
yeah.
your trust fund changes, they will come together.
But there, I mean, there is
If
a,
they do come together, then, you're even.
I mean, there is a trajectory that would fund in time, in the fullness of time, would fund that
So there is
liability.
technically no requirement that
Right.
municipalities do this annual appropriation to your OPEB liability, but it is definitely best practice. If you became extremely financially constrained, it is a source to adjust.
This is the $100,000.
And it's the same, it's been the same year over
And,
year.
and typically $100,000 from free cash as well,
As well.
Yes,
Yeah.
so it's a total of 200.
of 200, right, typically, right.
So I think it's great best practice. The town has done this, and you can do it. At some point, this will wane. and freeze up that in your budget.
All right, let's keep going. Unless anybody else has others on OPEB.
Yeah, my only point was that if we're making market returns 15% a year or something, that 3.5 is going to totally be able to fund the liability in 5 years.
The market doesn't return 15%.
I get it. I live in the world of private equity. You can get 15% if you.
Yeah, I don't
Public equities.
I don't think the returns are anything like that, given the state requirements for how this is invested and managed.
Those are great points. This is one of those budget lines that you should be thinking about every year, how much you need to put in, how quickly you want to get to that funded balance.
Got it.
I mean, there is an interesting observation that while on the one hand, the unfunded liability is very large for what it's worth compared to other towns and cities in Massachusetts,
Quite small.
Sherborn is actually on a much better trajectory than many other towns are, which, doesn't objectively mean that, this is a good thing, but we are better situated than many
There
other
are
communities.
some communities that don't have any OPEB trust. nor
Right.
do they put it in.
You know what they say about comparison, though.
Yeah,
Steve?
just helpful observation. That's all.
Okay.
All right.
Let's keep going.
Health insurance?
That did most of the analysis here, but
Yeah, well, we talked to our monitor rep back in October and November, and she thought the increase in health insurance was going to go up between 8 and 18%. We have a good a record with them, so she suggested that we budget about a 10% increase. So that's what we did. And then I took the past couple of years, we've always come in a little bit under budget. So I kind of went and I took how many employees we have, what kind of insurance rates they have, kind of extrapolated it out at 10%, build in a little fudge factor of about 6 new employees because we do have some vacancies and you never know exactly what's going to be happening at the school. And so that's how I came up with this number, which actually ends up being an increase of 6.21% rather than the 10%. But unfortunately, I just had their conference last week. And instead of the 8 to 18% range, the range of health insurance increases are going to be from 10 to 20%. I spoke to her yesterday and she said she still thinks we're going to be on the low side of the range, but it could be like 11%. We won't know until the beginning of next week. But she still thinks we're going to be on the low side, so it's not going to be substantial, like it's going to be 20% or anything. But during our course of our conversations, we also talked a little bit about maybe insurance plan changes. She thinks that there's a few changes that we may be able just to tweak, which would reduce our cost. So she's going to come back to us next week and see if that's a possibility or not.
In the past, the select board had an advisory committee that they had appointed to help advise them on health insurance. Given the forecast out for some years now, and basically 2 to 3 years out is what Maya was saying for this level of rate. It may be prudent for that advisory committee to be reformed again, to help inform what a plan, what's included in the plans that are offered.
So I'm a little confused. Is this budget request for 26 preliminary? And
Yes.
subject to change based on the information you're gonna get in the next few weeks?
And by Monday, I'll get the information, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It was the best information we had at the time.
it's pretty much the way that it goes for this budget line.
Yeah, last year we were fortunate and we had over budgeted and then our rate came back lower. So, you know,
Very fortunate the last couple of years, we've been at 2%, which was very non the norm. Now we're 8 to 10% year over year for the next foreseeable future. That is without some sort of plan change that could change.
Do you recall when the last time is the town took kind of a comprehensive look at evaluation of plans and where
it was
Things-
2017 or 2018.
so 8, 9, so.
I mean, I think, it also, so there's a 25-75% split, so these premium increases also affect employees.
Yeah.
As well, so.
So, yeah, along the lines of that you were saying about perhaps that committee should get going, perhaps that committee could start that process of thinking through whether we're in the right place or not.
Your support. So,
Yep, okay. Could be an interesting point for the advisory report. Stephen,
I just want to point out for the group's information that of that 1,000,008, about 200,000 appears to be for retirees.
that actually had a higher percentage increase than the employee coverage.
Yeah.
I think that was almost a 19% increase.
there were some one-time federal legislation changes that bumped that up.
Changes the way.
Medicare, right?
Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, I think
Changed the way that Medicare covered the costs. So some of that had to be put forward onto private.
You know, it's interesting because it looks like the rate's about $400 a month for a supplemental plan, which is probably double the rate that you can go buy from commercial insurance.
Was it really?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty, so I would be a big advocate of somebody taking another look at this stuff out because $400 a month for a supplemental policy is pretty expensive.
So I will say it does get complicated by way of insurance benefits and how they apply. Agreements. Those are all negotiable. So there's complexities with changing the plans. However, there are ways to.
Yeah. Right. Paul,
The other big increase is the Middlesex County retirement line. I wonder if you could talk us through that one.
That's just given to us by Middlesex County Retirement. We don't really have a choice. I mean, we just have to pay that.
anything to say about sort of how, just, you know, the one or 2 minute summary on sort of how that all works?
To help fund the unfunded liabilities that the Middlesex retirement, county retirement has. It's a little larger this year because of a one-time COLA adjustment for retirees. I think is that about an 8% increase this year? But typically that's about a 6% year increase to help fund, fully fund the pension.
So this is paying, this line pays current pensions, or it's funding previously unfunded obligation both? So there's paying current retirees And because of prior promises that were made that weren't funded, they're now on a catch-up
Yeah,
plan
and
to,
there's been changes in the percent contributions put in by over the years. And, you know, more recent hire, public employment, public employees hires are essentially fully funding their pension by the contributions they put in from their paycheck. Both employee and the town contributes to the pension system. Newer employees contribute more of a percentage to that.
So we understand
Older
this.
Employees had a smaller percentage that was not fully
Right.
funding their own pension.
So these former town employees or why is it called Middlesex County then?
That's the,
We're in
that's the pension group that we're.
Pension group with it.
they run the pension plan.
Sherborn's not large enough really to have its own pension
Correct,
system. Natick has its own pension system, Framingham does, but smaller communities.
So it's former town employees,
go
right?
together as a group.
And how is this different than the other one we talked about, like the OPEB, right?
This would be, the OPEB would be other post-employment benefits like health insurance, dental insurance, life insurance, that sort of thing. Pension is like is a payment.
Right. Thank you.
Generally, it's based on your service and your salary at the time of retirement. It calculates out what you might get as a benefit.
In lieu of social security. In lieu of that, except now social security is factored in now. If somebody has social security.
If they had contributed to social
Yeah.
security.
So that did pass.
They
That did pass.
they changed the rules that, right, make that
Mhm.
more generous than it used to be.
Mhm.
Yep.
Just
Stephen,
for clarification, is a question. These, both pools are for town employees excluding the regional high school.
yes,
So the regional high school has their own line item.
Yes, so the health insurance covers town municipal employees, police, fire, public works, everybody in this building, and the Pine Hills teachers. The regional school system has their own health insurance.
so the VS,
And pension.
And well, actually, all of the teachers have their own pension plan. All of the teachers local here and for the region are part of the Massachusetts teachers. Retirement, but not part of the county.
we're still getting the bill for all of that, but it's showing up through the school budget.
Oh, so in the Pine Hill School budget is additional retirement benefits?
Yeah. Because it's Massachusetts state retirement system for teachers. That's not the.
That large percentage increase is just what it is, right? Like they give us.
Yes, it's an assessment. It's here you go.
It's large partly because they're trying to fund their unfunded liability as well as paying the current bits.
That the town is obligated to pay that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good, thanks. Pam, do you want to talk about debt service?
Sure.
In a second, I'll get that on the screen.
This one's pretty easy, except for one item that's not on there, which is the crystal ball. Figure out. So all of these numbers from the budget request on FY 26 just come from the amortization tables. So we know each fiscal year how much interest and how much principal we have to pay on every existing loan. So that's easy. I can just print those out. What isn't easy is if in FY 26 we're gonna do any borrowing yet, which we're still trying to figure out. So that will be the only addition that will go in there, is if we do a short-term bond for any of this capital that's gonna be starting. And I can get an estimate on that from bond council once I have a number. And so
What's our blended rate on all this?
well, the ones that we just did for 24, they're all different rates for every loan.
No, I
that-
get it, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's, as a town, are we paying like in every case less than 5% or like what is the?
I would say it probably is less than 5% for each one. The ones that we just did, what, 3.5%? Because we have AAA bond rating. So we get pretty good rates.
And the 350 in there for the principal that you have out there is coming from for the budget request, principal?
No, that's on the bond that we just did in August.
Okay.
So it's, I know it's February, but like, do we have any idea what, you know, museum, tennis courts, fields, like what's all this? what's
So
gonna
it all
come
adds
this
up,
spring?
so it all adds up to about $4 million, a little bit more.
4 million.
4 million.
If,
Not that service.
Right,
No, I
right. So
know.
if everything were approved, maybe it will be, maybe it won't be, but if everything were approved to be a bit more than 4 million. And the debt
half.
service on that would be, if there was a 4 million ban done to fund all of that, it would be, I guess some of it would come later because the ambulance probably would come later and so on, but it
Right,
would
like
be,
it's not all gonna be in FY 26.
right. But it would be a substantial addition to the FY 26 numbers.
Which, as traditionally has been done, all of your debt in recent years has been excluded debt, so it doesn't impact your levy limit,
Just taxes.
essentially. just
Yeah, I mean, it all gets paid for.
Your
Right,
tax rate.
right. You had mentioned, Jeremy, I think a while ago that you had done a spreadsheet with some analysis on excluded versus non-excluded. Be interesting
Yeah,
to
looked at-
see that
Yeah.
if that's shareable.
Sure, yeah. Looked at what was a way to pull in some debt and to be included in your levy limit. Looked at like some roadway work and what level of roadway work and so forth that you could do within levy. And it's not much to make it a sustainable project.
Stephen?
Pam, would it be difficult to put together a spreadsheet with a 10-year amortization schedule?
No, not at all. I probably already have it.
Yeah, just so it'd be
Yeah, they
interesting.
really help.
That might be, just see if we can see, you know, when stuff is falling off
Yeah.
versus.
I have it for 30 years. You only want 10?
I'd love to see the whole thing, like what is, you know.
Didn't I
what's
send,
the
I sent it to you?
You did send it, to me, that's right.
Yeah,
I
so
do
so
have
you've sent, I mean, you did one in September, I think, that you've sent around. That includes, I think, also some, if I remember right, some guesstimates for at least
Assumptions, right.
some of the capital items that
Yeah.
are going to be considered at town meeting this
Yeah.
year. Yeah, if that could be updated
Sure.
with the latest capital improvement plan, sounds like that would be really helpful for people.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I'll send it to you and then.
And then I can circulate it. Yeah, that would be great.
And then, I think that Deb was telling me that you guys were having questions on like, how do you determine like how many years a certain thing is borrowed for? I can send you out that too, because there's a listing from, the DLS that has different categories of their useful lives that we go by.
Okay, okay.
So I'll scan that in and I'll just send it off to you guys so that you have a copy of it too.
thank you.
I think based on the September one you did, you know, if all those capital projects were approved, debt service, you know, some of it in 26, some of it later, but it'd be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional debt
Yes.
service. It'd be a big addition. What else for Pam? All right, good, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, and if any of you, well, I know that, Steve, you're coming. Our analyst from Bartholomew that does all of our investments is coming for a review. So if anybody wanted to join in on that, do you remember what day it is?
25th, I believe.
25th at 10 a.m.
I'd be interested.
Yeah.
Somebody could send me the,
Do you mind sending
Okay,
it out?
I'll send it to you and.
Perfect.
or send
Is it
to
a
everybody
Zoom,
else.
is it a Zoom call? or
No,
is it
she's
a
coming into
person?
the office.
Okay,
Just let me know like who's coming so I can tell them
Yeah.
that I'll have like the advisory board with.
Yeah. yeah, and if
Bring it
it's,
out.
if it's more than 5 or more, we'd have to post a meeting.
Yeah.
That's all manageable.
Yes, 10 a.m.
Yeah,
on
I
the
think it's,
25th?
Is that a Tuesday?
Yes, it is.
Jeremy, did you have a?
I will not be able to make it, so you don't have, so I'm not,
Okay, so if you send information out, I can then check with everybody. We'll figure out if we need to post for a meeting or not.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thanks.
I was gonna bring coffee and donuts, but
Oh,
sorry,
Steve will
I'll be out of town.
All right, Dave. Rec, let's go. 9:52. Thank you for being patient.
That's okay. Said I was the one who asked to move it to today, so I get it.
Let me, pop up your,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if everyone's familiar with recreation and how we operate. If everyone is, I can skip past like the.
so that would be worth talking about.
Yeah, sure. So overall, so rec has two accounts. There are our operating budget and our revolving fund. I would say yearly we spend somewhere in the order of about $250,000 to $300,000. Half of which is funded by the operating budget. The other half comes from the revolving fund. We try and keep the revolving fund each year about what we spend. So we pull in money and then we spend it. So we try to keep about a year's worth of expenditures in there. So we typically hovers around 120, 130, maybe up to 150, depending on the time of the year when you catch it. Biggest expenses are field maintenance by far. So most of our money goes towards seeding, fertilization, just upkeep for the fields in general. Second is salaries, and the third is, believe it or not, line painting. We spend a lot of money on paint and putting lines down for soccer and for lacrosse in particular. Yeah, so I don't know if there's, I mean, I guess that was just a general overview, I suppose. I don't know if there's any questions about how we operate other than that.
So I'm happy to start unless somebody else has.
So do we rent our fields?
Yes, so so revenue, yeah, I should have mentioned
Did I
that.
not see that on here? Is the revenue on here?
Yeah, revenue,
So
I don't know what you're looking at, but revenue should be there. It's certainly on the revolving
So
fund.
I popped up the revolving fund tab, which is the second tab in the
So
spreadsheet.
so maybe I just don't understand what that is. What is the revolving?
So revolving fund, when we take money in, and the money comes from various places. So we run Snappers, which is the swim team. Money comes in for dues for Snappers. We do summer go round, which is we can't call it a camp, but it is where the kids get dropped off in the summer, and they can do like robotics after that. They can do tennis lessons after that. So the number of programs we run that we receive revenue from, and all the money received from those programs goes into the revolving fund. Likewise, we rent the fields to. We sort of split it between in-town teams and out-of-town teams. So the youth leagues, Dover Sherborn Youth Soccer, Dover Sherborn Youth Lacrosse, they rent our fields. They get a reduced rate because they're in town. And then whatever excess capacity that we have, we rent to clubs, mostly youth soccer clubs, a little bit of baseball. And so that's generally where the revenue comes from.
Just as an example, what is a soccer club paid, or they paid by the hour, or by the week?
They pay by the hour, yeah. They would pay by
Like,
the
what
hour.
does the soccer field cost to rent for an hour?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I think it's like $100, $90, something like that. It depends on the size of the field as well, but yeah, we review those. I think we just reviewed those rates about 2 years ago. Most towns publish their rates online. You can look and see what the surrounding towns charge for clubs to come in, and we'll use that as a gauge to know whether or not we're at market or not.
I have a couple small questions and a big question.
Yeah, sure.
Small questions. So this is just a small numbers thing. So I'm looking at the rental revenue line on the revolving fund tab. Shows year to date, 84,857, and then it shows an estimate for the fiscal year of 80, which just seems like there's something goofy going on there.
For FY 25,
Yes.
yes, I can't explain that. So the.
And then,
the
you know,
estimate-
and then 80
The estimate
persisting,
should be much higher.
and then 80 persisting in the FY 26, which seems
Yeah,
odd unless FY 25 was an anomalous year.
no, it should be higher than that. I mean.
Okay, so I mean, small thing, but
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
just
I'll-
number.
I'll take that.
And then I also noticed again, small thing down below on expenses, looks like ice skating is a new expense showing up in 26.
Yeah, I think the idea was we had done the ice skating at the tennis courts in the years past. So the idea was if we wanted to do that again, to allocate some money for it. If we don't use it, it'll go to something else, but
Meaning it hasn't been done the last few.
we haven't done
years.
it we haven't done it in a number of
It hasn't
years.
been cold enough to.
It hasn't been cold enough. Exactly.
Okay,
So that's just to call that out.
okay. And then big thing is the thing that you and I talked about a week
Yeah.
ago that I'm really, really concerned about. I think it's a really big deal, which is, you know, calendar 23, calendar 24, not invoicing for every field rental, not collecting funds for those that are invoiced. And I think in like calendar 23, as of last week's like 65,000 in field rentals that hadn't been collected.
Yeah.
Less in calendar 24. I think you guys are catching up there.
Yeah, so
That-
we're completely
that-
caught up on.
that-
on
that-
2024.
Okay,
Yeah.
that seems just like a huge problem with financial controls that just has to be fixed. You know, if
Yeah.
you're coming to the town and asking for money for tennis courts, pickleball courts, and your $65,000 just kind of slipped into the couch cushions. Because it didn't, it's just it's got to get fixed.
Yeah, so let me provide some context. And you and I spoke
Yeah.
about it, which is that 2023 was a strange year when, in terms of rainouts, it was probably one of the worst we've seen in a while. And when a rainout occurs, we will actually credit the club that rented the field for that day or that hour or what have you. It's all done manually, unfortunately, and I think we probably realized that the process we have really wasn't adequate for handling this. Instead of doing it in real time as the fields get closed, we just were letting it accumulate, and then at the end of the year, instead of thinking, okay, we'll go back and we'll reconcile what was what needs to be credited. That task unfortunately just got put off and put off and put off. The result of which, so to be clear, all the clubs were aware that they owed us the money. We've spoken to all of them. They know that they have to pay. What we had it done was actually finalize the invoices. I would say the majority of those invoices are out. We've spoken to the clubs.
For 23 too?
For 23 as well. Yeah. We haven't been paid for them yet, but we
Yeah.
know, but they've committed to paying. Like, for example, DSYBS, when we called them and we said, hey, look, this is the approximate outstanding amount. They already had it allocated. They knew that they owed us. So from their accounting perspective, no one said like, what are you talking about? Like, where's this money? Where's this? Why are you asking us for this money? So, where was I going with that? Oh, so we need to fix the way we deal with the rainouts. But the impact of all of that was we drained our revolving fund more than we expected to, right? So we continue to operate as we would have. We didn't cut back on any of the services. Revolving fund got low. It's been we've collected a good chunk of that, and we'll continue to. So yes, it's on us. We probably should have done a better job of staying on top of that. We've talked about ways of either systematizing it or providing some sort of oversight internally within REC to make sure that doesn't happen again.
So so along those lines, what's the plan going forward so that
Well, we
going
started
forward,
investigating
we don't end up in the
software
same,
that could
don't end up
actually-
in the same, we're not having the same conversation
Yeah.
a year from now?
Yeah, so we started investigating software that would actually help us with this, right? Because the software that we use called MyRec doesn't have a way of going in and saying, hey, this was a rain out, right? And then sort of downstream crediting all of the clubs. So far, we have not found one that does that. In lieu of that, as a commission, we're gonna make sure that not only are we keeping track of the rainouts themselves, but also, obviously at each meeting, making sure that we're on top of what has been built, what needs to be built, and so quite frankly, providing Dave because Dave Welsh is the recreation coordinator, but providing him assistance if he gets behind, right? Because I don't think we realize that we're asking him to do a lot of things. This was one of the things on his plate that, unfortunately, like I said, just with all the other things that were going on, he didn't get to. So we could have probably stepped in and helped out if we needed to.
Is there a way to give like the finance team here in town hall more visibility into what's happening with money in, money out?
Yeah, so, I mean,
I think
my rec.
this was kind of happening and it kind of slipped under the radar and that's just not the right way to manage financial control. So, it seems like maybe there needs to be more visibility from the finance team in the building here.
So MyRec does keep track of each club, how many hours they've rented. We do keep track of that. The clubs have to put in hours at the beginning of each season, so we know exactly who's renting and when. Like I said, the problem is it doesn't have a way of crediting or anything like that. We could easily pull reports. You have access to it so that there's the ability for somebody. I mean, if somebody wanted to come in and audit or say like, okay, where are we? Independent from us providing that information, people say, okay, what is expected and what did we actually get in?
Would it be helpful if like there was a monthly report to the finance team, or I don't know what the best way to do this is, but it seems like,
David is sending them to us, for 23 and for 24, and we have access to MyRec, so, and Deb was the one saying like, nothing's coming in. I haven't gotten any deposits, like, where's the money?
Yeah.
And right now Dave's report says 56% is invoiced for 23 and 93% is invoiced for 24. So I don't think that they're all invoiced yet.
So you only see one when it's actually invoiced.
Correct. We can
Then-
see that there's like a whole bunch of requests for field space and everything.
That's not an actual invoice.
but that's not an invoice. That's right.
Right. So when they book, they get an invoice, but that's not reconciled. So like we actually, I mean, technically we bill them in arrears, right? So we wait for the season to end and then we send one bill to each of the clubs for the entire season.
Could be several month lag, several years.
Yeah. No. 23 is an anomaly. It's never happened before. I would expect that the clubs, let's say we finish out the spring season, sometime in the summer is when we're paid for the spring. And same thing now, like we've collected for the fall, for 24, right? So it should be months, not this long.
My understanding is Dave has space in the building, office space here in the building. So it would seem as if he were able to spend some time here, it might be easier to communicate with
Yeah, sure.
finance team.
Yeah. I mean, it does.
Sure, yeah, you've been offered space, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So that seems like a small step, but might be.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. I think he'd be happy to take some space. We've been requesting space for years.
I think you've got it.
Yeah, that's great. Good to hear.
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
trying to get a size of the scale, the scope here. So order of magnitude, you can take a guess. Like, how many field rental events are we talking about in a year? You do it by like, average is 2 hours and the club rents it 3 times a week for 2 hours. That's three events for one club. Like, how many field rental events are there?
I mean, we have 10 fields over at Laurel. Let's say there's 3 hours a night and then weekends. I mean, this could be hundreds. Yeah.
So it's hundreds, not tens of thousands.
No, it's not tens of thousands.
So right now, I'm gonna make up the number. There's 600 field rentals a year. We're in there, and that's spread across 20 customers, 30 customers?
Not even, no, not that many.
10
It's,
customers?
maybe,
5, 6, or half the, okay.
yeah, like 8, I would say.
So there's
the clubs and then.
600 rentals, but there's 6 customers, so it's like 100 events per club or whoever it is.
Yeah.
Are they essentially getting an invoice a year, one invoice a year for their 100 rentals?
They're getting, depends on whether or not they would get an invoice per season. So they would get a spring invoice and then a fall invoice.
So they might get 2 invoices.
Yeah.
One for 50 in the fall and one for 50 in the spring. I'm making up the number.
Yeah, approximately.
So, I mean, to simplify, what's happened in the past was we weren't sending out timely bills because we weren't going back and reconciling what they really owed because of rainouts.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, so if you think about it, okay, on, I don't know, April 28th, we had a rain out, we closed the fields, right? In order to do that, you've got to go back into the system, you have to know who rented the fields, you've got to credit them, right? And then what we should have been doing was on the day it happened, performing that action.
Yeah.
Right? But over time, if you have a lot of rainouts, now all of a sudden you have a bunch to go to. And that's what didn't happen.
But at the end of like a spring season, last year, 2 years ago, we weren't looking at the one club that rented at 50 rentals and said, all right, it's time to send them their bill. Oh, they have 4 rainouts, we're going to bill them for 46. Where do we drop the ball? In other words, sounds like we just weren't sending the bills out. I'm still.
Well,
trying to figure
they're
out where-
actually knowing which clubs were renting which fields on those days. So it's not as simple as just saying, oh, we know, I mean, the correlating the day that the actual rain out happened to which clubs were using which fields on that day. That's the manual task.
Isn't that in my rec? Don't they have to request it in my rec, the field?
They do have to, yeah, but again, that you have to manually go into my rec, you have to go and look at the field on that day, see who was using it, and then give them a credit for that field.
So bringing it full circle, sorry,
Yeah.
just to Dan's point, we don't at the moment on February 5th have an answer to this. We don't have a solution to like not ever have this happen again, or do.
Well, I mean, other than oversight by either us internally within rec
Yeah.
or externally from, from another department, no. I mean, like I said, we're looking into software. We don't have a software solution that manages rainouts.
If there's a rain out, does the club get a full credit for those hours?
Yes,
You get a credit if it's canceled because of the town. If the club cancels on their own.
Yeah.
Then they don't.
So I'm just thinking that there is probably some cost pre-event, like lines or whatever the case may be, so the town has done something, and just because it rains, not, seems like it could, I don't know what the policy
The
is.
reason
without
why the
places.
town would cancel it, if the field was in such a condition that
Right.
its use would damage it, right? That's where the town would cancel it.
Right.
And then the policy is that they would charge. However, if the field was playable and the club or whoever was the rental chose not to, then they would get charged. But you're right, there is still either way.
Right.
The revenue numbers in the revolving fund tab are actual dollars in, not like total obligation for field rentals.
no, that's received.
That's for actual dollars in hand. Okay, okay. Is there, on operating budget lines, Deborah, you provide that great, which Stephen has made famous, that great, actual versus budgeted month by month. Is there such a thing for revolving funds?
Not that's easy to read, because in our accounting software, you have an expense ledger and you have a revenue ledger, and the two are really difficult to tie. So I create a spreadsheet for most of the revolving funds on a monthly basis and send it out to all the different departments. So they receive that information on a monthly basis.
When you say it's hard to read, what did you mean by that?
Because in accounting, the credits, the revenue is a negative and the debit, the expenses are a positive, and they're all combined in one account that goes
Okay.
against each other, and it doesn't have separate line items, and it's just a difficult report to read.
Steve can do it.
It's interesting, this revolving one, it looks like they're general ledger account numbers.
Yeah, so,
Oh, yeah, I mean, we just started using those this year.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
it took me a while to get the information.
so I think it'd be helpful too, and I know I'd be interested and I'd struggle through reading it. Stephen could help me figure it out. If, if we could get on the list for those for revolving funds, because I think that'd just be, make it
Oh, yeah, that's no problem.
easier for those on advisory to kind of see a little bit, get a little more insight into what's happening. Shelley?
I have a question. I was just thinking about like the way that you've looked at some solutions for refunding. Is there not a solution out there where when they make the reservation, they pay for it upfront?
So it's funny you should ask, like, we've talked about that, like trying to build ahead of time.
Okay.
And then,
Credit, yeah.
well, actually accounting, no, you're kind of saying where I was going, which is accounting for a certain percentage of right now, it's ahead of time. So we say, look, you're booking for 10 fields. We know that historically, one of them is going to be a rain out. So we'll actually charge you ahead of time for 9 and then reconcile the one at the end and say, okay, well, maybe there were 2, maybe there were 0, right? So it makes it easier for us to potentially get that revenue up front. It's probably not something we can implement right away. It's something we'd have to talk to the clubs about, but we have discussed like whether or not that would be a possibility. I mean, again, this is the way this was done for years and years and years and
Yeah.
years. So switching to them paying ahead of time, we have to explore.
Well, we just got some rental revenue for FY 25 from a new club.
We did, yeah.
So how did that happen? Are they paying the 100% or the 90%, or like, what did they pay us?
So Dave, I was just discussing that with Dave this afternoon. I don't know the details in terms of like what he invoiced them for.
Oh.
So,
What do other towns do?
most towns do it just like this, which is they wait for, some towns don't even charge like in town, like they don't even charge in town clubs. Some towns don't have external clubs come in, right? So, but when you talk about the towns that actually charge for the fields, they know it.
My own knowledge, it's a revolving fund label, but there's no actual cash account segregated for that fund itself. Is that correct? It's lumped in, there may be one cash account which has 7 revolving funds as
I mean,
part of it.
bank account, right?
There may be one bank account.
Bank account, yeah, it's not a separate bank account.
Not a separate bank account. So when we talk about revolving fund, it's a kind of an accounting spreadsheet analysis of how that cash account is allocated. Is that a fair?
Sure.
Okay. And a revolving fund, the meaning of that is that there's fee revenue to offset the expenses for that particular activity. It's a revenue generating activity.
I have a question.
And just on that, and then I'll, Nora, jump to you. On that, at town meeting, right, one of the items that town meeting needs to approve is spending limits for each revolving fund. So there's a farm pond revolving fund, there's a rec commission revolving fund, there's Board of Health revolving fund. And there will be, last year, I think it was 250,000 was the spending limit for this revolving fund. So, that is not, the expenses that are being paid for out of the revolving fund are not in the operating budget, but there is an article at town meeting to set those spending limits, which typically aren't binding and are above sort of the typical operating things. But that's where the revolving fund financing will appear at town meeting on the warrant. Nora.
Okay, can you just help me understand a couple things with these numbers?
Sure.
And it's multifactorial here. So in 2022, there was 161,000 in revenue.
Yep.
And then that 88,000 in fiscal year 24. And so I have a couple questions. So yes, there are rain dates, but I can't imagine being that many rain dates, right? So we're behind in billing.
Yep.
So who did the billing in fiscal year 20, and I don't mean names, okay? But I'm just confused. So for 25 hours a week, is that part of that person's rec director hourly
Yes.
job?
Yeah.
Is to do the billing?
Yes.
So what changed from collecting that much in revenue?
Yeah, so the rain out,
The-
literally like going
But
back
it's
at the
gone
end of the
half.
season.
I mean,
What's that?
it's 161 to 89 is like almost 50% decline.
Well, I mean, I don't know, when that number was updated, because we have more in for 2024.
For
Yeah, but
Uh,
that cannot be, that.
the numbers they're looking at
FY24
are FY
closed.
20.
Right,
It's
so.
gonna show
so
up- it's
we
gonna show up
received-
as-
so for the
show up as-
fall,
It's FY25.
so what you're seeing is that the fiscal year versus the calendar year. Because we've received funds that were paid for FY 24 in FY 25 now.
I'm sorry if I'm asking,
Yeah,
it's
that's
just, to me, I think pertinent. So are we all done? Did we catch up with all the billing from last fall?
So 24 is done.
24 is done.
Everyone's been invoiced. We have a little bit
I don't think that it's
outstanding.
done. Dave doesn't say that it's done.
Well, so when are you?
The last update that he gave us, January 22nd.
Yeah, so I talked to him this morning. Right, so everything for FY 24 has been billed,
This calendar year or fiscal?
calendar year.
Calendar 24.
Everything for calendar year 24 has been
Through
invoiced.
December 31st.
Yeah, and we're waiting on funds, right?
And then,
So
and 23 is all billed?
23 is all, so there was like 71,000, that's all been invoiced. We've spoken with all the clubs. I think we only received 6.
So
but the
this
rest
was
is
January
outstanding.
28th, and it says 56% invoiced.
Right, so that's, yeah,
24 ended.
he's invoiced since then. He's invoiced more since then.
Okay, so can we get copies of these reports that show us how much?
Yeah, I'll have him update that.
And
So you have the latest.
I'd be very happy to see a copy of that
Yeah,
too.
sure.
Yeah, I'm just
No, it's
trying
fine.
to
It
understand.
looks-
Is it the same person that was doing the billing a couple of years ago too?
Yeah, same person.
And weren't the hours increased also?
The hours were
Yeah.
not
There
increased.
was a change in personnel in after FY 22. And then in FY 20, just this year for fiscal year 25, did we increase hours? So for FY 23 and FY 24, there was no increase in hours. But FY 25, there has been.
Okay,
The requested increase for FY 26,
There's no increase in hours.
but
There's a-
compensation.
He got a raise.
But I'm sorry, I don't mean to go off topic, but from FY 25 to FY 26, 36 in FY 25 to 50.
The Recreation Commission passed that.
There's new people,
No, there's no.
It's the same.
Same person.
It went from a part-time role to, I guess it's still considered part-time, but benefit eligible.
no, I
So
said,
we took 2 roles and combined them into one.
went from 36 to 50, that's according to that, right.
And that salaries,
He averages about 25 hours a week.
and that salary is being paid out of the revolving fund,
Yes.
which is why the rec commission could do
you
that
could do that. Okay.
without needing to come to town meeting.
Just another question, just like how many, it doesn't sound like it's a lot of different clubs that are using our fields. Is it like 10 clubs?
No,
Is it a lot?
6 or 8.
4 or 5.
I
I
think
just
eight
don't understand how.
Well,
Yeah.
sorry, let me clarify. There's in-town clubs, there's 4 in-town clubs,
Okay,
right? And then there's like about 4 out-of-town clubs. So it's about 8, something like that.
And it's only soccer and lacrosse. It's not basketball or anything like
No,
that.
not basketball.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have, it's just the fields.
Okay, just a few, I just want to clarify.
it just seemed like it would be easier to ask for the money up front and then just refund if there were like a rain out, than have to chase the money later, especially when you're only dealing with 4 or 5 clubs. It just seems like, I don't know.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially when you get to 20, it's like a year or two old, you know, a year old. People just, I don't know. I think maybe in the solution of the software, if one does like, if you can't find something that actually allows you to or like to do what you were doing earlier, that it makes more sense to just have one that bills them up front. They reserve the field, they get billed, and then you can just reconcile. I can't imagine like at the end of the month, you could just easily reconcile the number of rainout days just to stay on top of it. But then you actually have the money in here. So these actual numbers are not like the fiscal 24. There's outstanding money still coming in from outstanding invoices, so this is not the actual, like that 88,946 is low.
Yes, so
Because it
the,
doesn't represent the actual.
it doesn't, it doesn't represent, so the revenue would have been consistent with, you know, probably somewhere between FY 2022 and 23.
When,
However, if it had been, so what we billed would have been consistent. It wasn't like we had a drop off in the
Okay.
number of rentals. Right? We had a drop off in what we received.
Okay.
There's a difference, there's program revenue and field rental. And program revenue includes snappers and summer go round and the yoga. So
Okay.
that's what you see as the 88,000.
Got it,
So the
okay.
difference is the amount of field rentals, which wasn't invoiced. Because
Got it.
summer go round and the snappers has been relatively consistent. It's the field rentals that didn't get
And
invoiced.
if those bills were paid today from a prior year, it would show up as fiscal 25 revenue.
Yes, 'cause we've been
Don't-
on a cash
Don't
basis.
go back and redo the old numbers.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's not it's program and rental. Why isn't it separated out in fiscal year 22 and 23?
We just started
Just
doing
do
that.
it.
Once we started kind of seeing that there was some fluctuation, kind of delving into
Thank
it a
you.
little bit
Okay.
more, trying to
Thank you.
Figure out what the situation was.
Sorry if I didn't catch that earlier. Sorry. Thank you.
Ken?
So, an observation and then a question. So observation is that I think it just makes sense whether or not you can find software to bill in arrears to not bill in arrears. Just
Yeah.
get the money up front from at least all of it and then rebate or 90% of it and then reconcile. So that's the observation. The question is, I'm getting a bit lost between bills. So do you bill on a calendar year? Do you bill on a fiscal year? How does, you know?
We just bill at the end of the season, right? Which the spring season typically will receive that money in 1 year. And then we bill at the end of the fall, then we'll receive that money in the next year. So we don't think about it in terms of like the year or the fiscal year or the calendar year. We just bill. We think about it more as like, okay, the season's complete. We know there's no more games happening, right? That's when the bills go up.
Like in July. So probably July and December.
Yeah, probably June.
End of June.
Yeah, June and November. We usually close the fields in November. So that's typically when, when we know we're done with.
Is
we're done
there
with field
any
rentals.
bad debt? Has anyone never paid something invoiced?
No, so that happened prior to me joining the rec commission. So this is probably going back like, 8-9 years ago, where one of the clubs didn't pay. And they ended up paying, They accrued a lot, then they paid it out over 3 years.
And
But
what's the typical time between dropping an invoice in the mail and getting a check?
weeks, months, like, just depends. Like the clubs, the external clubs are much faster, right? They have people on staff do that. They have bigger bank accounts. The youth clubs, if you think about DS youth soccer, DS youth baseball, volunteers, could take a little bit longer for them, but it's not typically very long.
Stephen, two questions. Is there a summer season?
We try and rent the fields in the summer. There's not a lot of appetite. But we do, we have on occasion. We'll do like a clinic or something like that.
I heard some discussion about new lighting.
Yeah.
If that, or when and if that happens, does that increase the number of rentals you can have, or is Is that a replacement system or is that a new thing?
So what we think we're gonna yield out of that is the ability to reduce down to 3 baseball fields. So right now we have 4 baseball fields. We can't really use all 4 at the same time. So we have to schedule around certain fields. If we get more hours on the Jameson 1, then we may be able to reduce one of the baseball fields and be able to use all 3 simultaneously.
The fact that there would be new lighting won't yield new revenue. Is that what you're thinking?
Or
Or
not,
just
yeah.
a more better
we don't think so.
utilization?
Yeah, just better utilization.
So I was gonna say we should probably move on to capital requests unless somebody else has a burning question. But I think the message here is need more visibility for the finances. This has got to get fixed. And I think getting Dave spending some time in the building here.
Yep. Understood.
So let's go on to capital items.
Right, yeah, sure. Which one do you want to start with? Do you have,
Yeah, I think I have it. I think I can pop them up if that,
okay, you want to start with the mowers?
sure, that's probably a good way to go. Give me a second and I'll get it popped up.
And as you're saying, a capital budget did approve this,
Okay.
the mowers.
So the mowers, we did a trial for about a month last year. The autonomous mowers have come a long way. We had them over at Jameson. We're very impressed with the capabilities. We looked at a couple of different vendors. The idea is that we can utilize them for primarily Laurel, but they can obviously be moved to the different fields. They can be moved to Fessenden or Jameson as needed. Sean's team has done a great job of mowing the fields for us. This frees up, some of their capacity, so they don't have to sit there and, allocate a day to mowing, or however long it takes them. The nice thing for us is that we get a little more predictability. So if it rains or what have you, we don't have to wait, until Sean's guys can come back out and mow. The other thing is we can mow more frequently. So if we mow more frequently, we can cut the grass lower. And that means less fertilizer, hopefully, in the long run. I mean, generally, it's just greener and provides us with more flexibility around, the maintenance of the turf.
This is all Jameson, right?
So
Or
it's
Laurel?
mostly Laurel's our biggest facility. We can move them back and forth. So the idea is that we could throw them in the back of a truck and move them over to Fessenden or.
And
to
the intention would be
Jameson
to use the.
We'll use them as
equipment
much
at
as we
all of them.
possibly can, right?
We asked about safety, et cetera. Those we all felt, as far as the capital budget committee. That was a good point too.
Yeah, I mean, so they recognize objects on the ground, they'll mow around them. So from that perspective, I don't know what happens. I have to look into what happens if you tip them over, but I imagine that there's some sort of contingency for that if you care, but
If the kids wanted to do.
yeah, if somebody wanted to run after it, but yeah.
You're talking about these robotic mowers?
Yeah.
They turn off automatically.
If they tip, yeah, I would figure that they would, but I didn't want to speak out. I wasn't part of the evaluation. I wasn't actively hands-on in the evaluation.
Are there setup costs at each location? Because you need to put some kind of, I don't know how these autonomous mowers are set up.
Charging stations, they need to be wired, they need to have electricity. They go back on every night or whatever when they get tired.
Does the programming, is the programming all internal to the device, or do you need anything in or on the ground to tell it where?
There is
risers are?
actually a positioning, I don't know, stick or whatever you would call it. There is a device that gets put, sorry, no, take that back. I'm thinking about the liners. No, for the mowers, there's nothing.
It just gets
Yeah, it's
programmed,
all
gets programmed in.
Sorry. Yeah.
So any additional expenses that would be anticipated? So I noticed they mentioned, blades, wheel brush replacements. I mean, is this kind of a one-time thing or?
I mean, there's some
ongoing maintenance
consumables
expenses
obviously
or,
from the blades and so
Right,
forth. I don't
okay.
know, like, yeah, I'm sure that.
but,
would be
I-
part of it.
so I was thinking there isn't some additional setup cost for doing this beyond what's here.
Not really.
Okay.
no.
And this is 2 mowers. Is that correct?
Yeah,
And will there be somehow net out a cost savings to the town by going with this?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a cost savings. It will free up Sean's people to do other things, right? Rather than having to spend as much time over a Laurel. I would-
Cemetery,
Yeah, I would leave.
I mean,
leave
to circle
Sean's
back to our earlier
comment
conversation.
on that.
I'm
but,
gonna give you my one-off experience, may or may not be relevant. So I have about 10 acres of grass, which I cut, and I don't cut it. I have a service that has put 3 of these devices on my property, and they run 24/7. They recharge themselves, they work all night, they're silent.
Yeah,
It doesn't cost me a penny less to use these things than it does to have, Brazilian guys on mowers running up and down the yard. So that's just my experience. Now, maybe that's just because the guys have figured out a way to charge me more by doing it automatically, but I've asked these questions, and it's not inexpensive to have these systems.
Is it your electric bill what do you mean it costs you just as much? I don't understand.
Because they gotta run it. I mean, it's like.
Right, so it's theirs, they're leasing it to you essentially. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, they're leasing it. You should just buy them, Doug.
Well, then I've got to manage the whole thing myself, so, but
Well,
yeah, it's a
I'm
one
kidding.
off data point, but the point is, it's not like you get a robotic mower and your cost drops 90%.
Do the robotic mowers do a good job though?
Their margins might be higher.
It's debatable. I mean, the problem is that it's almost impossible to see what they're doing, meaning they're cutting a millimeter at a time. They just do it all the time. So the grass doesn't really kind of get long and then get cut.
That's
You know what I
nice,
mean?
yeah.
Yeah,
So what about fertilizer use? Is it down? Because not
I
to
don't
be,
put fertilizer.
okay. That's right. Why would you? Yeah, well, it should be good that you never would have to even think about it.
Anyway, I just have found that it's not a no-brainer to use these things.
You should buy
Who
them.
would put them from field to field? Would it be a DPW thing or you guys
it would
think?
be DPW. I mean, and to be fair, like, there are places that there's still trimming and there's places that the mowers are not gonna go, so we still need some DPW assistance, with the fields, but these things can run autonomously.
Do you have a sense of,
Main parts of the field.
sorry,
All right, go ahead.
if you move it from like Jameson to Laurel, does somebody have to then be there to reprogram it and sort of be teched up enough I mean, I don't know how these things work. I don't know how simple they are, but
So you put in the boundaries of the field, like where you want it to mow, it knows like the field that it's at, and it just.
and so
does
if you,
that, right?
pretty much that's all in there and you just say, hey, this is field 1, go, or this is Laurel, and you push the
Yeah,
button and it goes,
Exactly.
and it
One
knows.
kind of question then, Dave, right? The quote says that the township will install reference stations on TBD towers and posts at their direction. So do we have the funding for doing all that? They're gonna tell us where to put reference stations, and if you want to use these in multiple fields, you need to put these on each of the fields.
Yeah.
It seems that there's some cost and some expense in doing that. Has that been
I
planned?
don't have that answer. Dave Welsh, are you on the call?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Can you answer the question about the reference stations for the mowers?
So the mowers don't rely upon a reference station. Some of the other type of, or at least these particular mowers don't. Everything's on board. Some of the other, I'm sorry, there is with, I don't want to get my two, we're looking at 2 different robotics programs right now. One is for field lining and the other one is for the, I apologize for the mowing. So I don't want to cross-reference the two. If there is a
I'm reading this from the quote, right?
Yeah, there's,
The quote
so
mentions
the,
a reference station, so.
yeah, the
Can you
reason why you may
describe what those
have
are?
one, the reason why you may have one, just to answer that, is some facilities have an issue, two different things with corners and tree cover as you get closer to boundaries. And so you take a place like an athletic field and, for example, like Laurel, where it's wide open spaces. The robot can determine that. Where the reference station comes in, I believe, for these particular mowers, is if you're utilizing them completely at one facility, so you're not moving them around, and they need to go and recharge as they get low on battery to finish the mowing. I believe the way they use the reference station is more for over shorter distances. So it's not dependent to mow the facility out as it's way out in the fields. I think it has more to do with getting back to a precise location for the charging pad. If you're keeping it at one facility and you want to go back to that charging pad to recharge in between going out to cut.
We didn't have any reference stations when we did the trial over J1, right?
We did have one. We actually did have a powered one, but the reason why was because we never used the robots anywhere else except for there. So we wanted to ensure that they were recharged. The robot was recharging in between cuts. It was using that reference station to get back to the charging pad. So, for example, if you're going to use it the majority of time at Laurel for the sake of argument, because that's our largest facility, and you weren't going to use it anywhere else, you would have one reference station at Laurel so you could go back and recharge in between going in and out as it's cutting perpetually. If you're going to use it somewhere else, in the meantime, you wouldn't necessarily need to, depending on whether you're going to leave, how long you're going to leave there, I suppose. But if it's fully charged and you take it somewhere else, you want to mow somewhere else, then.
I'm actually less concerned about the details. It's more about making sure that you all who are planning to do this actually make sure you understand the quote and kind of what they expect from us, and that everything we need is planned and budgeted for. Is kind of the spirit.
All right. So to answer that question, from my understanding and explanation, as we did a 2-month test of this at Jameson over in the fall. Was the intent was to use this primarily at Laurel, as that's our largest facility that commands the most amount of time and expense, to mow today. Whether we had a third party mowing it in the past or Sean's guys, I think they put in between 800 to 900 hours at Laurel in the past calendar year mowing. And that was with the drought in the fall. So there is, even at cost neutral, you have a more optimized playing surface in terms of the height of the grass, and you also have a non-emission, source of cutting your grass. So I agree. I'm not sure there's, this is entirely just a cost saving thing. I look at it as even if it was on par, if you could give me a more consistent, better surface to play on, less dependent on throwing chemicals on the ground, then I think that's a move in the right direction, even if the costs were on par.
What chemicals are done?
Fertilizer, weed control.
So we do use fertilizer, and we try to sparingly use broadleaf weed control.
Well, why are you not going to use it if you use a robot?
Because if you keep cutting it short.
Yeah, she's on the right track. If you're cutting and keeping your turf surface at an optimal height, it gives less opportunity for your broadleafs to take off and explode or take over. And so you want to try and keep, you don't want to be too short, you don't want to be too high. You want to keep your grass, if you can, at a consistent height as much as possible, almost like a golf course.
That's the theory.
is that we would potentially use less fertilizer. Obviously, we've never been in that position, but if you believe what you read online, then there should be a way to reduce the fertilizer.
Is there electricity at Laurel?
Not today.
So how's
So
the
it would
charging?
have to be at DPW, or over at Jameson for charging for
Oh,
now.
so like the charging station would be at Jameson or something?
Yeah, they would charge them offsite and then we could drop them off there. Obviously, as
Hang on
part
a
of
second. The whole point of these things is that the charging station's at the field. And when it's tired, it goes back to its charging station without
Yeah.
any human involvement. Because the thing's running basically 24 hours a day. If you gotta go out in the field, pick the damn thing up and take it somewhere, charge it, bring it back, that's
I was under the impression there'd be a charging
that's a
station
whole
there.
nother-
So as part of the irrigation project, we are getting, like, there will be power at Laurel. It's not there right now.
Okay, but yeah, that was my
But that's-
understanding.
That is the plan, right? Obviously, we have to finish that project. So,
Mhm.
but yes, the plan would be to leverage that. Right now, there isn't. So the concept is that you can bring these mowers there. They could do a field or a couple of
I
fields.
just think that's crazy, sorry. It's the whole point is if it's autonomous, it's autonomous. If men are bringing them back and forth, it's not autonomous.
Yeah, that, I have to concur. I was under the impression that there'd be electricity there and that they'd be charging there.
I mean, if you think about it, the ones in my yard work all night long while I'm sleeping. Like, no one's there. Like, and then if in the middle of the night, they run out of juice, they go back to the station. Otherwise they're sitting in the field. Someone's gonna have to pick them up.
We might not finish the field.
If the charging stations aren't at the field where the thing exists, this doesn't make any sense in my view.
It's just a different piece of equipment. If you're gonna schlep equipment around, we should schlep around the equipment we have, which is the mowers, as opposed to buying new equipment to schlep around.
How many charging stations come with a quote? Dave?
I believe there's 2 charging stations. My understanding was the intent, the way this was, it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg in terms of the order in which we're doing this. It was, as we've been working on the irrigation project in parallel with submitting, doing, demos and tests with this autonomous mower, in Q3 of 2024. We didn't have insight at that point in time in terms of exactly when power was going to be available through the irrigation project at Laurel, but the intent was to have these at Laurel with the charging stations. The quantity of the mower and the type of mower were determined by doing analysis of the number of hours that are available per day. There's a certain amount of acreage coverage that each of these can obtain, and they need to be able to, you need to have sufficient time, to get out there. So in some ways, the way we utilize the fields, Monday through Friday, and how we use them on the weekends with these 2 particular mowers, it still allows time for all the recreational activities, as well as once the irrigation's in place to do watering, as well as to do field lining. Now, field lining is only once a week. Watering, you don't always do. You can certainly schedule that. But this particular system was designed to optimize the cutting at Laurel with the presumption you'd have power there. Now, as we start to dig into this in the fall, we don't know exactly when. We're at the mercy of Eversource and their lead times and their promised times for doing the work to bring power in extend out months. So the power could get there ahead of the mowers. The power could get there after the mowers. I think the thought was, in the short term, if you got the mowers ahead of the power, that you could still utilize them. Maybe utilize them at a different facility for a short period of time and then bring them over to Laurel permanently once the power's there, or vice versa. But I guess my point is that the design, the quantity, is based on an analysis that was done to optimize mowing at Laurel.
So two questions. One is if we could bring power to all these fields, there's a capital cost to that. I don't see that anymore. And the second is, I'm back to my yard, like, my yards aren't used as fields all day long, people putting lines and playing soccer and whatever. I do know that the robots go 24 hours a day. So if my yard was used 8 hours a day as a field, maybe I'd need 6 more mowers. I don't know. Like I'd like to believe that someone's doing this math, that you can actually get the fields done.
Yeah, no, someone has done the math. And so one mower wouldn't be enough to keep the grass at a consistent height. It wouldn't have enough time and
Right.
to take care of all the acreage that we need to take care of within the window that we want to take care of, be able to take care of it, because we're not going to be using it 24/7. There's going to be times where it cannot be used because we're renting the fields. And so that's why there's 2 of them, because we need to be able to get cutting done, more quickly when the fields are not in use.
I had a quick question. I'm looking it up right now, the starter kit. It's interesting. It's a commercial robotic low, and it says 18-acre lawn size. I'm looking, and I can send it to you, Dan, if you want to share it.
Sure. Okay.
And it doesn't, unfortunately, it doesn't have a quote. Everything else for the residential ones have quotes online. So we don't have like a real, can we see a more detailed quote on that by any chance? Because some of it just, not to get in the weeds here, some of these are going for 5,000. Like, I'm just curious how, then the commercial ones don't have a price here online.
Yeah. So the pricing for this particular assumes it's a source well bidded contract. Is not my complete area of expertise, but my understanding is that this is at the Commonwealth level, which means the Commonwealth of Massachusetts level, which means that price would be the same irrespective of who you get it through. So that I think there's an applicable discount. So in some ways, it's almost pre-shopped. It's not something that would be competitively bid.
It's off the official state.
Okay,
price.
all right, thank you. That's,
Right.
it is, okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay,
'cause-
all right.
Thank you.
I was going to say we should probably switch to
Okay,
tennis courts, but
yeah,
Pen,
let's
go
do
ahead
that.
with the last
Just,
question.
just sort of talking about what Dave just said is like, we need the 2 mowers for Laurel in order to work within the time available to mow. Then we don't actually have either of those mowers available to port over to other fields. It sounds like the 2 mowers are what we need to do Laurel, so we're still gonna need to mow the other fields conventionally. If I understood that correctly.
Well, once you're done with Laurel, then you pick them up and move them to Pheasant or to Jameson.
No, I understand that idea, but what I heard was going on.
Sorry, I just don't think that's the way they work. These things work constantly by shaving a little bit off. And if like you take them away for a day or 2, then you're behind.
Well, if you need 2 mowers, as we heard, in order to cover Laurel, because there'll be time when they can't mow because the field's in use.
Yeah.
Then we need, if we're gonna try to do that system and port them to other fields. I don't know.
No, my point is if you're
need more
using the
mowers.
fields 12 hours a day and you're mowing them 12 hours a day, you're mowing them every day. This isn't like a lawnmower where a guy goes out every week because the grass grew. These things, my understanding is these things just cut all the time.
They graze.
Tiny amounts.
And how
So
heavy
It's
are
not
they?
like you can take them away from the field for 3 days because then the grass is gonna grow. I don't,
And they might not like it.
Yeah. So
Dave,
I think,
Welch, it sounded like you had a
yeah.
comment.
yeah. So just to clarify, we did have different evaluations of robotic equipment over the summer and fall last year. The robot that the design they came up with for this particular system for the 2 robots does assume that you're going to be perpetually mowing at Laurel. Now, foreseeably, while while the mower is not being used because there's a program for it, and we plan on having irrigation, and there would be a period of time when the water is running, and so on and so forth. I mean, hypothetically, you could certainly try to take advantage of that time where it's not being used. But the other time that's not being used is when people are actually recreating. They're probably going to be recreating at the other facility as well. The only other scenario where I would see you'd be able to, use this is, again, if we're in the situation of the chicken and the egg with the power coming in from Eversource into the facility. If it's not there by the time these arrive, I think you could use them somewhere else, but I don't think you'd be moving them back and forth. Albeit the Jameson facility and the Pheasant facility, combined are a bit smaller than Laurel as a whole. So, maybe in that particular case,
Dave, how many acres on each of the fields?
I think it's between 16 and 18, depending on how you measure it. But it's around 16 to 17, 16 to 18 acres combined between
Across all three? Okay.
Yeah. Now, we did have one last thing I want to mention was in terms of robotics is that the one robot we were talking about moving from facility to facility to facility was the line painting robot. And in that particular robot, that's one where, because you're only lining once a week for soccer and lacrosse, and you may want to line upwards of daily if you have baseball and softball games. Now, that is a robot you would want to take back and forth between different facilities.
Why don't we jump on?
Can I just, is the line painting robot different than these robots?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
But
Yes.
they're not on the capital budget.
No, no.
That's just down the road.
No, so we're, that would be just out of the operational budget.
Oh.
So those are more like a lease. And they would just, we pay for line painting now. So we would just switch the service from the individual person that does it right now to leasing the robots.
Why don't we switch to tennis courts? Let me pop that up.
Other than this big spreadsheet on the cost, was there some other presentation or something on the tennis courts?
No,
How could I know?
there is a design. I don't think we shared it. There's more detail if you wanted to get into it. I think we just shared the line items of the cost.
All right. Dave, why don't you take us through this?
Yeah, sure. So we spoke about this last year. Tennis courts, we don't know how old they are. We have resurfaced them a couple times, but it's similar to like your roof where you can put new shingles on the old roof for a little while. But the fundamental things like the cracks that are underneath, that are in the base surface are going to eventually show through. We do regular repairs like try and fill the cracks, but it's at the point where the cracks are getting larger and larger. It's not possible to build them anymore. Also, if you looked at the surface, it's uneven. It's the fencing is all it's very old. It's curled up at the bottom. So this project is to primarily replace the surface of the tennis courts and the fencing around it. As part of that project, we're required to do some ADA enhancements there as well. And quite frankly, it's not easy to get to those tennis courts if you're impaired in terms of mobility. So some of this includes paths both to Jameson 1 as well as path to the tennis courts. Included in that, so I think when we looked at this last year, if we just did a like for like replacement for the tennis courts and the backstop, it was, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but let's say it was 500,000, right? And I can get to the numbers this year, but the incremental cost to, instead of replace the backstop that was there, but add pickleball, was something like $20,000 extra. So we said, let's include the pickleball court, because the majority of this project is going to be resurfacing the tennis courts and doing the fencing. If we replace the backstop, we really just have what we have now. Pickleball's on the rise, so for a small incremental difference, we could get 2 pickleball courts. So that was some pro last year. This year, you can see the numbers, slightly more than last year. Some of it be just because of inflation. Last year, we had lowered the contingency to 5%. Thinking about it this year, it just doesn't make any sense, because it seems like a lot of things are coming in a lot higher than we expected across the board. So we increased the contingency to what it should be, around 10. And so that accounts for the increase from the request from last year. I know it was all over the place, but
Last year was $499. This
Last
year
was
is
$499.
it's $579, which is a 16% increase. Should we think of this as exactly what you asked for last year?
The
Numbers are different, but.
Yeah,
in
the
terms of
number,
what
yeah,
we're
yeah.
getting.
So it's exactly what we asked for last year. In terms of the project itself, it's exact same design.
So the price has gone up 16%.
Yeah, so some of that is 2.5% inflation. We had removed the GC entirely. We thought we could GC it ourselves. But again, looking at it this year, I don't think that that's feasible. So there's about 40,000 for the GC, and then about 26,000 in contingency.
So
That's what
where's
the-
this $20,000 pickleball court? I see a pickleball line item for $48,750.
Yeah, so if you compare that to replacing the backboard, right? So we took the backboard and we put down a new surface, did the fencing around it, and did a new backboard. The delta between doing that, replacing what's there, and doing the pickleball court is about 20,000.
I'm confused. What is the backboard?
Well, the backboard is in the same disrepair as the
It needs
tennis
to be
courts.
replaced regardless, whether we add pickleball.
That's true. That's true. So for the new project, we would actually move the backboard into the tennis courts. So we still have the backboard. We just leverage that spot to put the pickleball in.
I got it. So we talked about this last year at town meeting. I mean, we're all aware we can paint pickleball courts on our tennis courts, right?
Yeah,
That's
what we do right now.
So why do we need freestanding pickleball courts? If we can put 8 pickleball courts on we have 4 tennis courts?
We do, yeah.
That's 8 pickleball courts.
Yeah.
Do we need more than 8 pickleball?
Well, no, we don't need more than 8 pickleball courts. We could use more than 4 tennis courts. If you go down there at times, there's people waiting. There's requests from pickleball. I mean, we're doubling up the courts where the capacity or the demand is actually increased, because we have a second sport being played in the same facility.
So I asked all these questions real time with no preparation at the last town meeting.
Yeah.
There's nothing but anecdotal evidence that we need capacity. And I mean, you're saying people wait in line, like that's.
You're right.
There's been no analysis done. There's no like how many people show up each day? How many days of the year was anyone ever waiting? Like, there's no analysis that says we need more tennis courts. Maybe we need new tennis courts, but
Yeah.
the's no analysis that says we need more tennis.
We're not adding tennis courts.
No, I know.
We're not
but You
adding
just said
more
we
tennis
could
courts.
use more tennis courts because people wait in line. I would disagree with that, or say, let's see some evidence that that's the case.
Okay, so this is 570. So what would the cost be if it were just the tennis courts and the backboard just moved inside the
Yeah, so-
tennis court enclosure? What would that be?
Yeah, so if you remove the pickleball courts,
48,750.
right, so you still have to do the excavation and disposal, right? Because you're gonna tear down that backboard entirely, so that doesn't go away. You still need to grade it. And you're gonna get some you're gonna have to do some landscaping over
It's gonna be less than the dense grade and aggregate base. It's gonna be, do the excavation, bring
Yeah.
a truckload of fill in and
So,
put some sod on top.
I would estimate it's about $60,000 less if you just did the backboard
Okay.
inside the tennis courts and just decided to get
So-
rid of the external backboard.
So on that estimate, the incremental for the pickleball is about 60,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Shelley?
Am I correct in, we don't charge anything for use of these courts, so this is not like our fields where we have, like, it's just residents using it and they just,
Maybe.
it's just first come, first serve, like,
Right.
there's not an opportunity to create a revenue stream here, I could use pickleball courts because of this high demand. I'm just,
There is a little bit of revenue that comes from tennis lessons. So when tennis lessons are given on the court, we get a piece of that.
okay, I did notice that the revenue had gone up in the last budget about the tennis, like that had gone up. in
Yeah.
our budget, like,
Yeah.
in terms of lessons, it had gone up, I think, from 7 to like 12 to 13, so is there a growing demand there?
So some of that is programs that we run after summer go around.
Okay,
And some of it, yeah, I guess if Bob's business has picked up,
okay.
that might have ticked up as well.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Norm.
Dovetailing on that.
Yeah.
So last year I asked, and probably the year before too, well, no, there's got to be a way, because I know when Farm Pond during the pandemic, people had to book online booking and everything else. And isn't there any way right now that you could book, like have a booking piece? So A, we can see what the actual use is. B, I think for client satisfaction, customer satisfaction, so that they can actually get a time and book a time and know that they can kick somebody off the court, whether it's pickleball or tennis. Is there any kind, I mean, I know
Yeah,
there's
no.
software there because we used it for Farm Pond.
Yep.
So can we get that installed somehow so that, like, to me, that would be really important. If this does get passed, or B, if it doesn't, so you have more data for the next round. I'm just, it's really,
Yeah,
to me,
so
the
we-
data is really important.
We've had a demo of booking software.
And how much does that cost?
Actually, it's free.
Okay,
Yeah.
brilliant. So-
How do they make money?
So they make money, so it's free to municipalities, and they make money, I don't know, through.
Yeah, so the way they make their money is they're willing to allow you to use it, the software for free if you only use it for, as long as you're not charging anyone for it. If you're going to be charging people for the use of the courts, then they take a cut of that action.
Okay,
Got
so
it.
that's
Okay.
fine. Like
Okay.
something's better than,
Do we have any evidence that we actually know who's using the court? I'm just making this up. Half the people using the court come from Natick. Discuss. Like, do we have any idea?
No.
I just think it just even,
I mean, no one mans, I mean, to be fair, no one sits down there and mans the courts.
know.
We don't have a check-in or anything like that.
but it would be nice.
It's all-
if-
Everything at this point.
So is there-
Even if you did it for free, like I would think that that would be set up like right now. Like, so for March, April, or whenever, May, that can be done so that we know what the usage is. And, maybe charge for out of town use, if you can do that. I don't legally, I think,
Other towns do that.
Yeah, no,
Mm-hmm.
we've discussed out of town, we've discussed priority for people that pay a fee in town, right? So it's like maybe you get to book 2 weeks in advance, where if you don't pay, you only get to book 1 week in advance.
Right.
We've thrown out all of these ideas.
So what's the sentiment on what you want to do?
We started with just basically replacing what we have now and just providing just a rental software that people could go and get, say, if somebody's on the court, say, hey, I got this court.
right,
So
exactly.
Is there like a plan to do that,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
starting like this season?
Well, there's other projects going on. That's probably the biggest issue, which is right now just resourcing that.
But
So if somebody working 25 hours a week, then are they planning for I'm just trying to understand, because are they doing basketball? And I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just trying to understand. The fields are all closed right now.
Yeah.
So we have billing that needs to get done And I would think that doesn't, I mean, to me, that is super priority so that we could get data and also generate, income to maybe help pay for this. I don't, I
Like
just
by
think it should be
charging out of
done.
town,
Like, I don't know,
charging out of town folks or
we
something.
should be all ready to
You're
go
saying-
in 2
you're
weeks.
saying By, March 15th, when the snow melts, can we have a?
Yeah,
booking
I'd like to, I mean, I've been, not me, but I'm saying on behalf of trying to get the data and also for people being able to get on a court at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock and not feel like they have to go somewhere else, because that's the feedback I've had.
Yeah, no.
Nobody wants to kick somebody off, but if
Yeah.
they have it all managed, people then will honor that system.
I mean, that's been a point of discussion and contention, right? I mean, you would know this better than all of us, but for years, right, with who's there, are they in town, out of town? Nobody wants to play cop with, hey, show me your ID, do you live in
Right.
town? I
It's
don't
like, hey, and
recognize
actually
you.
You limit people to an hour.
And then you just, I've got a reservation, the court's mine, it
We
takes care of
understand the
all of
benefits.
that.
It's more just like the resources to get it done.
But it's free.
I
Yeah.
get that.
Yeah, so just a little more color on the software for the pickleball courts and the implementation of it and the timing of it. And so that is something we can have ready for the spring. That's not an issue. What we're looking at concurrently is as we were looking at software for invoices and managing real-time updates for cancellations and having those being able to automatically flow through all our invoices for all the different fields that we have booked and stuff like that. Part of those software programs that we're looking at, like we use MyRec right now, the town uses for their town website a program called Civic Plus. We've had Civic Plus as one of the vendors, and one of the sub things that their platform can do is also do pickleball reservations, and it can do pickleball reservations in a way that the free software can't, where it can take into consideration more complex scenarios than the free version can. And so the consideration there is, do you, in the very short term, if you're going to end up switching to a different recreation platform in the next 8 to 12 months that has a more robust pickleball reservation system offering, do you want to put your town residents through sort of a double changeover in a short period of time, where here, everyone go create an account, use this platform, show people how to use it, roll that out, all the communication associated with that, only to rip that out and then do something completely different 6 to 8 months later. So it's not just
I think they can figure it out. I think people can figure it out.
I'm not saying they wouldn't be able to figure it out. I'm just saying it would be a moving target, in terms of what people are utilizing. And maybe that's all people want, from an end user perspective. But there's also a sign.
Put a sign up, you just put a sign up saying to reserve your court or QR code, you just put a sign up.
Right.
And if this had been done last year, and now I'm getting grouchy because it's 11:10 PM. It's way, way past my bedtime. If this had been done last year, we would have had data, I'm just frustrated and I'm grouchy now. So I'm just gonna end there.
I mean, I
That's
think
all.
you're getting a sense of strong sentiment, at least in this.
I would love to see the
Get a-
pickleball on tennis
get a
courts. It's an
reservation system.
eyesore. I voted yes for it last year on capital budget committee. And it's just frustrating because, there's so many there are so many capital budget requests, and it would be nice to have the actual data to see. And I'm not yelling, I'm just tired. So please, by March 15th, if we could have some kind of booking thing and we can just put a sign up. I'll go to Staples and get the sign.
I'll drive you over there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think everybody's starting to get a little tired. So any other essential things people want to know about on the tennis courts?
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I want.
I apologize.
This is our time to get information, but.
Be included in the total asset.
No, so we had somebody come out and we have more years on the lights that are there. We replaced the actual fixtures a few years ago. The poles are in good shape, so we're fine with the lighting.
So the 16K for lighting is like, they put it on if you want to do it, but we don't need to.
Yeah, we're good on the lighting.
Okay.
Sorry, is lighting on here?
Yeah, I thought it got.
It's on here, but it's like an optional add-on. It's at the very bottom.
Yeah.
It's,
No, I think we're good with the lighting for.
yeah, okay.
And with the whole town meeting last year with with Jameson getting flipped, the whole thing was flipped with Jameson then getting approved. I mean, how is Jameson coming along? Because to me, it kind of,
The lighting at Jameson?
no, the
No,
whole
sorry.
field,
The field
the
renovation.
field renovation, because that got, remember that kind of got flipped last year?
So, the DSYBS has a donor that's, agreed to pay for lights over at Jameson.
Mhm.
We've been asking, we've been going back and forth for like 2 years with DSYBS on this because they want to be able to play longer, on that field. Our plan was, we had a 4-field plan and we had a 3-field plan.
Mhm.
So we knew if we got lights, there's a very good chance we could go down to 3 fields. Up until about 2 weeks ago, we were operating under a 4-field plan. And until actually today, do we get confirmation that we're go ahead with those lights. So a 3-field plan potentially changes what we do over at Jake.
Okay,
So we got the funding, expecting a 4-field plan. Now that we have the lights over there, we have to reevaluate what makes the most sense with that money.
okay, thank you.
So does
Thanks.
that mean the money would just say, don't need to do the project and the money would just come back to the
That's one
town?
option. We could say we're not gonna do the project at all. We can look for alternate funding to do something bigger.
Interesting.
We could do the original plan, which is keep it where it is, and just renovate that field. I think we have to look at all those options. But yeah, that's certainly one of them, right?
Is
Okay,
this?
thank you.
Am I thinking of something different? We approved, the town approved $100,000.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought that was for like fixing the fields. That was to put lights in?
No,
No. So these are 2 different fields. J1, which is the Little League field that you see on Cemetery Lane, right? That field is getting lights installed. But because we have more capacity, more hours we can use in the day, so there's 4 fields total in that complex. We had thought if we could get lighting on that field, we could actually remove one of the fields. We could
I
go
got
down to
it.
3
So
fields.
let me ask a simple question.
Yeah.
Last town meeting, the town approved $100,000, and I thought that was entirely for field maintenance and repair.
Yes,
it was.
Yeah.
So,
It's rebuilding the field.
okay,
It means that,
rebuild the
like,
field.
they
So
bring
did
in
that
turf.
happen?
It has not happened, no.
why? When was this supposed to happen?
Well, we were waiting to see what happened with the lights. So there's still a plan, but it has not happened yet.
Just general question on how the town works. If the town approves of something, then we just like don't do it. Does it expire at some point?
Does, I think it's gonna expire. I'd have to go back and look at the specifics, but typically for those kinds of projects, the capital funds, I think we started putting in that it would. Oh,
Yeah.
No,
Think it was-
it's debt funded.
so we added something, I will find my advisory report, and let's see. We added something on some of those, that if it's not used in 3 years, it comes back to the general fund. I don't remember if we did for that.
So here's where I'm going with this. So you're coming to us with $500,000.
That was the free
request.
cash ones,
And I'm-
perhaps.
And you got $100,000 last year to do something and it hasn't been done yet. Was it supposed to have been done last year?
Again, I would say that we were unsure about the lighting. So we were holding off. We didn't know if we were going to just redo the field in place, or whether or not we were going to, let's say, move the field, add dugouts, like there's a number of different things.
It's
we
February
wanna do.
5th. What's the plan for the use of that $100,000 that the town approved last year? Is something gonna happen this spring?
Not this spring, no.
It has to wait till after they use.
Yeah, it has to wait.
Season, right?
Well, we have to wait for the season, but again, I didn't know.
Because the lights would ruin, to install the lights, it would harm the field. Is that what the problem
It wouldn't
is?
harm
Or,
that field. It wouldn't harm that field, but we can get rid of one of the fields, right? And
so you're
that-
then trying to redesign?
If you drive up Pine Hill Lane, the very first field on your right is J3.
Mm-hmm.
Right, J3 is in the outfield of J4. J4 is the one we got the money. If we can get rid of J3, that potentially changes our plans for J4.
So, this is the last question I asked.
Yeah.
So last year you asked for $100,000 to fix fields,
One field, Jameson one.
and the town approved it. And you knew all along that you weren't gonna do it because you were waiting for some other piece of information about lights or something? I'm confused. Like that, I never heard a conversation about, well, we're gonna spend 100,000 after we figure out what field we need and da-da-da-da, like lights and, is this?
The
But
plan is still to renovate J4, right? I mean, there's no, I mean, it has to get done, it doesn't have to get done within that year, right? We have to put a plan together
But
to
you're
decide
not-
what we want to do
You
with
got
that
the
field.
100,000 approval and you're not, and you didn't do it because, why? I'm confused. I'm still confused. You're,
Well, and we
Yeah.
wouldn't have to borrow it right away if we weren't gonna do it that year. So like that's some of the.
it hasn't been
questioning.
borrowed yet.
Yeah.
Or has it?
Did we borrow it or no? I'm too late. I can't
It
remember.
was a debt-funded project. I'm not sure if that was part of the borrowing or not.
Are you saying that you were gonna shrink it from 4 fields to 3 fields? So from what I understand, so that I can help everybody
Yeah,
understand,
help me
because I'm having my Dunkin' Donuts
Yeah,
still
go.
keeping me going. Because you found out you got a donor to put in lights, which is a big ticket item. So now they can actually, they don't need 4 fields and all that. They can actually redo all of everything and have only 3 fields to take care of.
Redo all of everything, or you just gonna?
Rejigger it all.
Eliminate.
Right, so the idea of the lights has been floated for a while, right?
Mhm.
It's been on again and off again, and that's what's caused us to pause. Right, it's not like we had no plans of doing anything with the fields, we wouldn't have asked for the money if we didn't have any plans to do anything with the fields. However, we've been like, with no answer as to whether or not the lights are gonna happen or not, it didn't make sense to spend that money without a conclusive understanding of whether or not the lights were gonna come. We thought as of a month ago that the lights were no-go. And so, again, it's like, all right, put a plan together for J4, assuming there's no light. It's just been back and forth. It's been a ping pong. Like, as we've said, all right, we're gonna move forward with a 4-field plan. We're gonna move forward with a 3-field plan. So it's not like we haven't thought about it. It's not like we didn't have a plan for what we were planning on doing. It was just that we didn't have a conclusive answer for what was gonna happen with J1.
Well, I'm really glad I asked about Jameson. I'm sorry. That was just like oh, by the way, so I apologize for keeping us so late to ask that question.
Did we know about the lights when we asked for the 100,000?
Again, the lights have always been a possibility, and it's been hot and cold. It's been
Because the problem is,
potentially yes, potentially no.
we borrow that money, the 100,000, so we're paying interest on that money. So it'd be one thing if we passed the article and we hadn't borrowed it yet, we just had it sitting there like authorized but unissued. But the town's paying interest on that money that we've done absolutely nothing with, like,
Pam, do you know if it was borrowed?
it was borrowed.
Okay.
So my limited understanding of this, I think that you actually been pretty prudent here. Because I can appreciate how it's a little bit difficult to work with a donor and get a final commitment. This lighting is being controlled by a third party. And they didn't make a commitment until very recently. And then it has to be accepted by the select board. So it takes a lot of time to do. So I'd rather have it done right the first time than rush into doing it. So I kind of agree with what's been happening.
I know, but
Let me. 100,000 that was borrowed, my guess is that the interest income offset the interest expense on that borrow. Because the interest income rates have probably been about 4%, which is probably what the borrowing rate was about. So I'm not that concerned that it might have cost us an extra $4,000 a year to do it, because wouldn't we rather do it correct out of the box instead of rushing into it just because the funds are available? So I agree with what's been done. I'd rather be more thoughtful about it than rush into it.
Jeremy, I think we'll give you the last
Yeah,
word and then we
just
should
a
wrap up.
thought. Depending on if the money is going to be used for that purpose, then it's available for that purpose. If it's not going to be used for that purpose, you have an opportunity to reappropriate it
Yep.
at town meeting coming up to offset some other projects' cost.
I was gonna just correct what I said before, that when capital projects are funded with free cash, we added language to the advisory, we added language last year that that money needed to be spent within 3 years, or it would come back to the general fund, but not the case for projects where the money was borrowed. So what I said before was not right, yeah.
Borrowed.
Yeah.
Town
Yeah.
meeting would need
All
to
right.
reappropriate the already borrowed funds, but you have
So,
an opportunity to do that if that's what.
right, right. All right, so there may be some further discussion on that. All right, so
I
let's
make a
wrap up.
motion to conclude.
Yes. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Quick roll call, Mike Winters.
Aye.
Doug. Ken.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
And I'm as well. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Dave, thanks for sticking around late, and everybody else for slogging through.
We have to stop the recording.